Hey everybody, I am Blind Ryan, and this is day 7 of Disco Elysium Hardcore mode. So let's get to it.
Hardcore!
That fucking tune. Oh, that tune's great. Oh. Now let's see if we can talk to Clathy without Mr. Kim. Aha! Here we go.
Hello, officer. What brings you up here again?
Why do I feel like you've won here? I really don't know, sir. I certainly don't feel like I've won. I feel like shit, sir, all the time. She smiles a bitter smile, she means. Or she means it. But this turned out well for you. You've slipped past all suspicion. Clearly I haven't. We're having this conversation, aren't we? How well could it have gone? I mean, the wet wind is heavy with brine and industrial pollution from the stacks nearby ruffles her hair. I'm stuck in Martinet, just like all of us. I've been up here for I don't know how long now. I'd like to call this my rooftop containment facility. The dried flowers on the roof, could Ruby have left them? They don't fit with anything. The what? Oh, those ones? I don't know, sir. Like I said, I had no idea what to make of them. Honestly, I think they're just trash. I mean, there's no reason for me to think they're somehow connected to her. What are you contained for, then? For my sins, of course, the long-standing sins of a bad, frivolous person. For destroying my first love, for working for bad people. The list goes on and on. This all turned out well enough for you. You somehow managed to not become a suspect. Did I? Why do I still feel suspicion hanging over me? What I managed was to get him killed. I understand that. Something is off with the theory I've developed about Ruby. I don't know what to say. It all seems fortuitous for you. None of this is fortuitous for me. That's it, I guess. She nods slowly, carefully even. There is suddenly a very strange glint in her eye. Not malicious, but dangerous. In God's name, wake up! What? Dear Lord, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not the most fair and just of all. She's smoke and mirrors and a will-o-wisp. She probably didn't give you a real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first. Yeah, start at the top. Choose the bottom. That's how we've always done it. No rush. See? You know, I think you didn't make that call to the station. I did, she takes a step forward. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8102 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed. That is the emergency's desk number. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says. Anyone could know the number and that someone coughed. It means nothing. I can give you the time, too. It was late, after midnight. 12:30. I know. I know I've not been 100% truthful with you, but I am now. Your real name isn't Classy Armando. You wouldn't give me your real name if you're on the run. Okay. Her voice cracks suddenly. Like there's a garrote around her neck. Okay, what? Okay, it's not. Good, you can tell me the truth. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Commencer. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name, so I lied. Like I lied before, like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it. She's not lying now. She really is tired. Her metabolism is failing her. The afterglow of whatever narcotic she's been on is wearing off. Let's see. Was the passport bullshit too? The passport you keep hidden? No, it's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast in the reeds. It just doesn't say Classe Armando. It says Anouk Major Schmidt. It's fake too? She nods. A fake passport and visa given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name to hurt me. Why? I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now. She fears arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her. Where is this buoy? West of the boardwalk and the reeds on the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now. It's useless. West of the boardwalk into the reeds. I need to check this buoy out. You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here, past a broken sewage pipe right near the waterline. Tell me your real name. It's Katerzine. Wow, that is a name. It's a Grod name. Yugo-Groden. Origin, not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, taiga, economic desolation, and rock music-infused alcoholism. Hold on, it's not even an orange. Let's see. Finally we meet. Hold on, it's Grod. My parents were immigrants, but I'm nationalized oranges. All I remember is orange. Alexi is my father's name. Finally we meet. She nods. You're probably not even Miss Orange 37, are you? I am, her smile quivers. They can never take my sash and scepter away from me. Yes, they can, for lying! Enough. She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next. Ready for the damage. She knows you're grilling her. Let's change the subject for the time being. She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this. Now that Kim isn't here, let's talk about Sunday night. Ah, yes, the night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you you're a police officer. It's one of the first things I remember doing in Elysium. Wow, Elysium, you don't hear that term often. Did you hear something Sunday night from my room? That was the usual ruckus, loud disco music. Did I have any visitors? I can't say. Probably not. It sounded like you were flying solo. You mentioned loud disco music? Oh yes, various artists. Ostentatious orchestrations, prime among them. She arches her eyebrow, waiting for you to connect with you. Oh, that, yeah, woo. The less said about OO, the better. Oh, we're huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course, like 7. Life gets hard, she says, but we go on. Yeah, we go on all right. I don't know about that. Around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped and there was a change of pace. What happened? A slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. It went on for quite some time. Some of the time you were yelling along with it. What was I singing? That it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a wounded bear. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it. I'm sorry, don't be. I was going out later anyway. It didn't bother me. Then what happened? Then you started screaming and trashed the place. That's so me. What did I do? A window was smashed, the tape player, probably the song stopped, and furniture too. A real destructothon. There was screaming, and then I think you passed out. Was there anything else? There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet, and then around 4 or 5, and that was it. Thank you. No problem, sir. She lights herself another cigarette. As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. Cool. So cool. Where is it coming from? From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography. Nowhere in particular, it's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights and they solve shit. Actually, now I have superstar and law official in a sentence. They sound weird together. What are you, deaf? They're perfect, like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you've worked so hard to establish. Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Solemn, rocky bye, badass, on the edge, disco cop, time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go, camera, lights. What's this about a fantasy world? Yeah, beneath that is just heartbreak. A pulmonary tract infection. Atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvented as the world's first celebrity police officer. This is the beginning of your legend. No, I'm too downbeat. I won't say any of those things anymore. Wave off the thought. I'm no superstar. If I were a superstar, my guy would be smiling. The fuck? Oh, I hit the wrong thing. I'm an idiot. Let's see, how close am I to the edge of oblivion? Ooh! 5 more points, and I can undo that fucking one and do a better one. Do a barrel roll! Ugh.
Yes? What is it?
Did you hear that? Did you hear me sing? Did you like it? That was pretty good, Harry. Wasn't it, John? That was absolute shit, if you want my opinion. Drunken shit. Haven't wanted anything to end as badly since I had cluster headaches. Horrible. Truly horrible. I beg of you, don't ever subject anyone to that torture again. I mean, seriously, you need to... Jean, she quietly interjects, giving you a compassionate side glance. He's not right. Don't make it worse, and I really liked it. She actually did! Yay, level. Out of here with this shit. Toodly-oodly. Uh-oh. There we go. That's what we want. We'll get rid of that fucking alcoholism. That's what we'll do.
Yes?
Again, I can't believe this shit.
Boy, am I ever so grateful to you, officer. But I'm not the only one who wants to thank you.
I'll talk to her then.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
It was a truly epic long-distance trek. Truly, a lot of legwork. My partner adores these kind of things. The lieutenant is still catching his breath. Item gain, 8-eyed Teraton tie. Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. She hands you a thin ribbon held together by a silver bird skull. It's a tie, Mexican origin. The pin is an antique, quite special. The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes. You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important. You never told me you've seen the phasmid. Oh, you wouldn't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings. Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard. But darling, I didn't even get the size of it right. Measuring things is important. How did she get the size? I need to see what somebody said. Who said so? Oh, here it is. I need to link this dude a game to see if he will want it. Copy page URL for Steam. There we go. Work will never cease. You were a child, my dear. Really, it's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on, tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field. Reflexively, he readies his new familiar notebook. Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember, when all of a sudden... Wait, where was this, and how old were you? Ah, I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5 and a half. In Betancourt, in the suburbs. My grandmother has a summer home there. What happened? The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. She had no fear, just surprise. I didn't know this could happen, so I reached out my arm and touched the thing. It felt like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds. Did you follow it? I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there, knee-deep in mud, looking around me. Then what? I ran back home to my grandmother and asked if reeds could walk and told her they were looking at me. She chuckled. Of course, she laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys, that sort of thing. She brushes her hair back. Of course, most people look at it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel. We were on a date, can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sound, she told me it hissed. It did, yes, like reeds in a gust of wind. The way it moved, the color, how some of its limbs were white like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say she restored my faith in my profession. He looks at her with admiration, forgetting a wide smile on his face. You were on a date? Or first, yes. The glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else, a thought she can't express even to him. Interesting. Its limbs are white? Not all of them. There's some white coloration reported, along with beige where the camouflage ends. How big was it? It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed taller than I was, but that was probably not the case. What if it is the case? Kim, what do you think of this? I thought it was a wonderful story, ma'am. He closes his notes and gives her a simple smile. But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them. Thank you for sharing this with me. You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It's just such an impossibly sunshiny day, so warm, and she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own, into the mud, anywhere. Alright, Morel.
I couldn't possibly shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has, but I am grateful for your assistance, officer.
He tries to play it cool, remain professional, but inside this man is itching for some news on those traps. So I checked all the traps. Good, okay, and one of them was empty. Completely empty? Yes, there was nothing in the trap. No locusts, no phasmids. Hey, Jackal, how is this crack? This is just a really long game. Also, he's not on crack. I'm actually getting him sober. Yes, completely. Yes, there was nothing in the trap. No locust, no phasmid. No locust, but no phasmid either. That's not ideal, but the empty trap was one at your campsite. Maybe this factors into it somehow. I definitely left that one stocked. Right from the campsite, the old woman's face lights up. It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought. Of course, the detective whispers to himself. How more clever? Yes, the Phantasmodia picked off the locust and escaped. This is good news, although we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps to make them more secure. His companion sighs. Another trip to the reeds. Yes, that's exactly what it is. What a deft hunter, this phasmid. Of course, he be sarcastic. He misinterprets your words. Unless you have an alternate hypothesis you'd like to venture, mine stands, okay? Except from the old days of Adom, I haven't seen you consistently play a game except WoW. Honestly, well, Jackal, if you check my Twitter, you'll see why I'm doing this. Oh, my back. Here, I'll link you to it. Or rather, I'll link you to the specific post. There you go. Let's see. Actually, no, his tone changes. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now and brought some great news, too. My gratitude and the gratitude of the Society Cryptozoologie de Ravachol is yours. Heartfelt gratitude, but does it feel like closure? What really happened? Some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft? Thank you, it's an honor, he says with a straight face, then turns to you. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but... Kuno's a hoolie! Holy crap! Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? Damn! That's the second lowest roll in the game. Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken, most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too. You should ask Kuno. I think a little hooligan called Kuno may have stolen the locust. A little hooligan, but what would a child want with bugs? A shadow of worry passes over the woman's face. Oh, my dear Morale, you've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects, almost as much as they love to torment old folks. I'll talk to the little gremlin and see if anything comes up. Delinquents, my favorite. It doesn't sound like it's really his favorite. It's deal time on Steam. What disappoints are there today? Oh shit, you're right. That's definitely something to check. Alright, Steam, hit me with your worst disappointment. What's wrong with this shit? There we go. What's with all these same fucking sales, dude? I don't think it's updated either. Let's see. I'll have to look at it later. Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please let us know whenever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close. The man turns to his companions. Well, I see you've got this all the help you'll need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me. After this is your last chance to talk to Gary. Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs. Morel, it's been fun, really, but I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run. No need to apologize, Gary. You've been more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on the game of suzerainty, though, today. We're gonna follow this through. I'll get going.
Very generous of you to help us out, officer. I'm sure glad to be back from that little excursion. I mean, officers.
Ugh, what a douche. Dude, they're all weird accents. Wait till you hear Kuno. There are so many goofy accents. Well, the devs are Estonian, so it's kind of a hodgepodge. Let's see here. Find the murder weapon, discover where the shot came from, look for Ruby on the coast, dead body on the boardwalk. Call Jamrock Public Library. Class is buoy, the insect's case, okay. Oh wait, first. I want to buy the suzerainty game. Wonderful choice, sir. A wholesome family game. Ooh, Inland Empire and Volition. Shit, that's way better than fucking 2 drama. Ooh. Oh wait, whoops. What fucking reason I was there. Postcard to sell. A brand new copy of Suzerainty. It's snugly wrapped. The cover features a charming illustration depicting a mass of grinning laborers loading goods into a ship while a richly dressed administrator oversees their work. The exact location and time period are left deliberately vague, but it's clearly meant to represent the economic relationship between the Ravashalian Suzerainty and his many vassals. Shake the box. The box has a nice heft to it. You hear the rattle of individual wooden tokens and feel their weight shifting back and forth. What treasures wait in store for you? Even before you open it, you can tell this will be a meaty game of grand strategy and complex player interaction. Remove the plastic wrap. The plastic wrap rips off as easily as a bodice in a tawdry historical romance. Open the box. There's a hiss as the lid slides off. Inside you find a thick, full-color rulebook and more than a dozen pouches of various wooden components. Ah, savor that new board game smell. A mix of wood, paper, and ink, all wrapped in the sweet must of cardboard. Read the rulebook. Welcome to Suzerainty, a game of economic strategy for the whole family. The rulebook is sumptuously illustrated and thick as a Gradian novel. Finally, a proper game to teach the children about the importance of trade and global economy. Give me money. The colorful illustrations depict cheerful workers picking apricots, hauling marble sculptures out of crumbling temples, and harvesting a strange magenta leaf plant. Everyone is smiling. You begin to suspect there may be a political agenda to this so-called family game. Only one way to find out. Yeah, I do too. I love old book smell. That's one of the worst parts about having that damn cataract surgery is I can't read books anymore. I have to read ebooks, or, on my computer, which I still get the stories, but there's something wonderful about laying down in bed, loud-ass music on headphones and fucking just diving into an old book. Well, yeah, obviously. And God knows my wife has enough of them. But it's not the same. The instructions are opaque at first and introduce many concepts you're not familiar with. Fortunately, there are many diagrams and examples throughout. You soon figure out the basic concept. Each player represents an administrator for the suzerain of Ravishal. Your objective is to increase the suzerain's wealth and renown by accumulating victory points. How do you accumulate victory points? That's where the suzerain's vassals come in. The game features 4 vassal nations, each one home to an economically important resource. Each turn, the player collects resources from vassals they've placed where they placed workers. They may then rearrange their workers to hold contract or build structures back in Ravishal. I have a crappy tablet, and I have Aldeco reader, and I just read ebooks off of that. My wife wants to get me a Kindle or a Nook or something like that, but I mean, my fucking tablet does the job. I don't know. I'll have to see. As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sidebar labeled Advice for Beginners. Read the advice. Remember, there are many paths to victory in suzerainty, but successful players will find one strategy and commit to it wholeheartedly. Boring, boring, boring. Tear up this rulebook and commit some old school atrocities. No, mag glasses don't work for me. It's something to do with my eyes. They end up giving me migraines. How is the winner determined? That's why I don't wear glasses, except for sunglasses. The actual scoring system appears infinitely complex with a series of tables and appendices required to compute each player's final victory point total. You skip that part for now. Examine the components. You open up the number of pouches containing wooden tokens. There are also several punch boards with other cardboard components that will need to be punched out before you can play. Punch out the cardboard pieces one by one. Each cardboard token makes a satisfying as you pop it out. Soon a neat pile of cardboard coins and counters have accumulated before you. What, you're not going to offer to let me punch any of them out? Check out the wooden tokens. In addition to the worker and building tokens used by each player, there are also several piles of colorful resource tokens, each representing one of the game's 4 principal resources. From the Empire's Safre, orange apricot tokens. From the Ilmarat, the ancestral name of the Ilmara, gray marble block tokens. From the Semines Island, white sacks of sugar tokens. And from Sepramundi and Sepramuza, magenta tokens for unprocessed cocaine leaves. Oh, those are nice! Oh, he was being serious, okay. Put the components away. Hey Kim, wanna play? The lieutenant looks over the rule book before he sees something that makes his eyes go wide. Holy shit, the average playing time for this game is 1 to 6 hours. I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game. Ah, come on! Aw. What does the lieutenant hate fun? Is he the fun police? Who died and made you the fun police? The lieutenant gives you a sour look. He may not hate fun, but either way, he does not appreciate your attitude. I'm persistent. What is detective work if not an elaborate game? You need logical interference, attention to detail, the ability to analyze your opponent's motives. Come on, it might help us think of more creative solutions to the case. I do feel like my thinking has become somewhat rigid. Maybe a little diversion to keep the mind limber is just what's in order. See, he's doing the hard work himself. All he needed was a little nudge. Alright, you convinced me. How do we play? I read the rules already. I'll show you. You explain the basic setup procedures to the lieutenant. It seems to be a quick study. You each take your bags of tokens and counters and unfold the board between you. How much reputability does this game have? Do you mean replayability? In the center is the crown of Ravishal, radiating outward, are her colorful vassals, each one supplying some raw desired by the suzerain. Well, dude, let me put it this way. There's tons of replayability because you've got your stats. And like, if you go heavy into physical, or you go heavy into logic, or heavy into psyche, your brain, I guess, will say different things and will give you different options. And your successes and failures change what you have to do. I've restarted the game like 4 or 5 times over the course of playing it. You know, just kind of getting my feet wet. And it's never been remotely the same, except there's a guy hanging in the backyard. You've got to get him down. The basic plot is the same. Everything else is completely bug shit. It has insane amounts of replayability, and it's a really fucking long game too. Honest to God, it really is worth the money. Apricots from Safre, archaeological treasures from Il Marat, sugar from Semini's Island, and magenta cocaine from the Supermundi, and Sara Mizara. Also, a neat little log to keep track of your progress, in case you need to put the game away and return to it later. The lieutenant goes first. He draws a contract card and moves several of his workers to the Safre territory of the board, and the others to the Seminine Islands. Alright, detective, your turn. You have a few options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away, or rearrange your workers to maximize production on future turns? Remember what the rulebook said. You'll want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it. Try to fulfill a contract. You draw a contract card, offering a number of coins in exchange for archaeological treasures. You place all your workers on the Il Marat territory. On your next turn, you produce 6 units of archaeological treasures and fulfill the contract for a handful of coins. Not bad, detective, but not good enough, the lieutenant seems to be saying. As he completes his own contract card, the lieutenant is rewarded with 4 coins and a round wooden token he places in the center of the board. That's a marker. It's worth 2 victory points. Hey, why don't I get one of those? Don't worry. It was mostly just luck. You'll earn points soon enough. I'm not even sure what points are. That's part of the problem. Points are nothing. They don't exist. They're just an arbitrary convention that games use to reward or punish players for certain behaviors. Am I getting points right now? There are some paranoid types who believe the moral intern keeps detailed score sheets for everyone in the Real Belt, but that's obviously nonsense. Otherwise, no, there are no points. Just your actions and the consequences of those actions. That's reassuring. That's just the way it is. The lieutenant doesn't seem to find much value in dwelling on the subject. Now I believe it's your turn. I mean, look at this! We're playing a board game in the middle of a fucking murder investigation. That is awesome. I had to get the money to buy the thing, then I had to buy the thing, then I had to convince him to play the thing. And if I didn't have as many points as I did in suggestion, it never would have happened. Glancing over the board, you see several possible strategies. Pressing more workers into service would increase your economic output and help you survive a possible conflict with the lieutenant, or you could ignore your labor supply and focus on fulfilling contracts for points and resources. Those aren't your only options. You could also show your workers how much you appreciate them by investing some of their wealth into them. After all, they're the ones producing wealth for the suzerain. Well, sure, you can do that. It's not a terribly effective strategy, but then it's up to you. Focus on fulfilling contracts. Who cares about workers and territories when the real action is in Ravachol? You spend your turns fulfilling contracts for sweet coins and one-time bonuses. Honestly, yeah. The writing is that goddamn good. I don't even like these kinds of games because I can't ever see what I'm supposed to be clicking on. Luckily, it has, tab, and tab automatically highlights everything. But usually I don't like these games because they're written so shittily, and they always try to push some kind of fucking narrative. This one has narratives. You've got your capitalism, your communism, your fascism, and your moralism, but they're all so bug shit out there that it's so extremist that it becomes a parody of all 4 of them. And if you're making fun of everybody, hey, fuck it, I'm all for that. So honestly, the writing itself is what makes this a game of the year. And the art style is really cool, but I mean, that doesn't really matter to me much. Other than going, ooh, it looks pretty! It's just a fun game to read. Which is why I'm reading it. After several turns, you have a neat pile of cardboard coins and several units of archaeological treasure which you trade in to build a museum. You place a cylindrical piece of wood on the Ravachol section in the middle of the board. It's meant to stand in for a beautifully adorned edifice filled with ancient wonders. Interestingly, this is more or less what happened in real life as well. To this day, if Lilmarans want to see their nation's priceless treasures, they have to visit Ravachol and Gottwald or Sur La Clef. Well played, detective. That museum is worth 3 victory points. Now it's the lieutenant's turn to respond. He moves aggressively onto the Safre territory. Soon his workers are producing a steady supply of extremely valuable apricots. How can you let the lieutenant dominate you like that? You need to hit back and hard. For several turns, you struggle to respond to the lieutenant's burgeoning apricot empire. Eventually, you relocate the majority of your workers to Supermundi and Saramiraza, where they begin producing a bumper crop of cocaine tokens. You draw a new contract card. According to the text, there is an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a number of coins and access to a rare bonus, amplified music worth 7 victory points. This isn't unlike the situation of the historical Ravacholian suzerainties faced in Safra in the middle of the last century. Tell me more. A blind man's guide to gaming in 2019. Well, the suzerain was looking for new markets for all the cocaine it was producing, and it settled on Safre. By introducing cocaine in the Safre under exclusive contract, the suzerain created an extremely valuable captive market for an extremely addictive product. That's brilliant! If you could somehow get the lieutenant's workers addicted to your cocaine, you could not only make them less productive, you could also force the lieutenant to pay you for cocaine tokens each turn. Can you do that? Yes, you can. It's right there in the rules. You've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression? Sorry, Kim, you're not going to like this. Introduce the lieutenant's workers to cocaine. He grows stony as you take your turn. He does not appreciate you getting all his workers addicted to cocaine. With each passing turn, you slowly bleed the lieutenant of coins, and his own workers become less productive and more dependent on your magenta cocaine tokens. As a matter of historical fact, this is almost exactly what happened to Safre. To this day, fully half the former Safre Empire remains dependent on international aid in exchange for a steady supply of cheap produce. Isn't this what they did to the apricot suzerainty in real life? More or less, the lieutenant says, but he's thinking less about matters of historical wrongdoing and how to get out of the jam you've put him in. Realizing victory is slipping away, the lieutenant launches a desperate gamble. Protectionism, by erecting tariffs on your cocaine in hopes to starve you out of the market to the risk of incurring the suzerain's disfavor. Please include that game dev game if it came out in 2019. Game Dev Tycoon or Game Dev Studio? Because Game Dev Studio gets a fucking busted puzzle piece. It doesn't fit anywhere, it doesn't do anything, it doesn't work, nothing. Game Dev Tycoon came out like 6-7 years ago. The endgame is upon you. Do you escalate the trade war with the lieutenant in hopes of crushing him with your economic might, or do you ignore his aggression and focus on building the mighty victory column structure and ravish all herself? Alternately, you can throw the whole game away by trying to build a public education system for the children of your workers. The choice is yours. It's on, Cam wants a trade war. Nods gravely as you erect tariffs against his apricots and sugar. This is going to get ugly. With every turn, tariffs are raised until neither you nor the lieutenant are producing any income or generating resources for the suzerain. Even at the best of cases, it's impossible to really win a trade war, but this is far from the best case, and the lieutenant's apricot-powered economic engine crushes yours. Soon your coffers are empty, and the map lies strewn with your worker tokens. I hope you learned your lesson, he says with a sharp smile. Yeah, never get involved in a trade war in Insolinde. Never fuck with Kim Kitsuragi. Now let's tally up the scores, shall we? Computing the final scores is almost a game unto itself. You each spend an inordinate amount of time making stacks of coins, consulting tables, and struggling with basic addition and multiplication. After double and triple checking, you have your final score. -5 victory points. You'll be lucky if the suzerain doesn't have your whole family executed for such a pitiful performance. The lieutenant looks up from his tabulations. I've got 15 points, he says with a slight smirk on his face. Don't look too glum, detective. There's always next time. Figuratively, I mean, there's no way we have time to play this game again. Now let's clean up and get back to work. Put the game away. That was fun! Also, I'm not sure if Game Dev Studio came out in 2019. I actually think it came out in 2018. Let me look that up. Oh shit, Jupiter Hell updated. I'm gonna have to do that one. Let me see here. Oh shit! The Gunslinger update. Yes, For the King is definitely worth it. It is an amazing game. You can watch my review. I was stunned at how much fun I had with it. Gunslinger, health orbs, rare mods, Callisto changes, balance pass, trait view, Angel of Mercy. And then the regular batch of fixes. Shit, that's awesome. Are any of my games on sale? Nope, none of my games are on sale. Feel bad. Game Dev Studio. Gotta mute you. 2 Ryans is too much. There we go. Alright, let's go bug Kuno.
Fuck, does Kuno care?
The boy turns to you. He doesn't care. God damn it, now I actually have to read all this shit. You wouldn't happen to know anything about missing locusts. No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs, so he knows locusts are bugs. Oh my god, the little one seemed distraught. I told you that shit is lame. Shut up, see? Now they're gonna take you to lame prison. She sounds like she's about to cry out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness. Now what's this about? Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up. Kuno's not gonna say anything about his lawyer present. Lame. The rings and bells. Could this be connected to Night City, the city of rage? Kuno, is this about Rage City? Oh god, Kuno, no! The little one behind the fence takes her hat off. It's gonna happen now. They're gonna make you lame. Stop it. See, no one's gonna make anyone lame. Kuno's got this under control. There's definitely something going on here. You should check out Kuno's shack, the one with the pig's head. Let's see here. God damn it, I missed one. It's crawling with locusts in here. All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been sloped into mounds of mud dotted with little holes for windows. Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising, accommodations for their insectoid inhabitants. Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case. He writes something in his notebook and turns to you. Of the locusts, for the missing locust case, which is the subcase of the imaginary insect case, so at least that's going well. Yes, precisely what I was thinking. Yes, I feel like we're nearing a real breakthrough. We should talk to Kuno about this, get him to stop. I'll let you handle the Kuno side of things. You're doing just fine. But yeah, For the King is very fun. It's kind of like a Final Fantasy game, and the reason I love that review so much is because I was really shocked. I did not think I would like it. I thought it'd be really gimmicky. But it's really fun.
Fuck, does Kuno care?
I know you took the locust from the traps the cryptozoologist set up. Yeah, he said slowly, meeting your gaze with sullen defiance. Kuno took the bugs, so what? So it wasn't the phasmid, a wave of disappointment washes over you. No, you say you don't give a fuck about bugs, then you go and build a whole bug town. It's not bug town, it's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends. Stop! She wails from behind the fence and then buries her face in her hands. Locusts coming down like a shadow. This must be the Night City he mentioned when you ask him where he's been. So that there is Night City. Yeah, Locust City, City of Rage, City of Lights. There's a tug-of-war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for his imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort. The lameness is causing her physical pain. The damage may be permanent. City of Rage sounds like a cool place. Kuno, the pig wants to help you. That's how lame it is. Please don't say you're an artist. He pushes his chest out. Maybe I am an artist. You hear that, everyone? I'm a fucking artist now. Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno Kuno. Hold on, did I hear you right? You just said I. Kuno made Kuno. Kuno says whatever the fuck he wants. There are no rules here, pig. I fucking say what I want. When I fucking say I when I wanna, and Kuno when I wanna. Kuno's free. Kuno's free to fucking die, bitch. This is what he sometimes does when things get tense. It's great, Kuno. It's cool to make art. Oh my god, Kuno, he's gonna make you totally lame in like 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno. And yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free. He tears the buttons of his shirt trying to rip them open. They don't give way. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a faggot. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away. A leaden silence fills the yard. In it, you hear snow melting. That depends on the choices you make, young girl. Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence. For once, the boy is lost for words. He turned completely red now, with splashes of light beginning to appear on his face. I need you to stop taking locusts from the traps. The cryptozoologists are trying to find something very important. Those locusts are bait. I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame. C was right. I have to ask, what does the city of locusts mean? It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck. Pig, he finally lowers his gaze to meet yours. You really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno's city. Now it's all fucking lame. What's gonna happen to the locusts? Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. Okay, well now that's settled, I better be off. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway with the trap? The Insulindian phasmid? Huh. He recognizes the name. Wait, you know what the Insulindian phasmid is? Bitches think Kuno don't know shit, he says angrily. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit. There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other nor looking in each other's direction. Well, that was interesting. I love how it said it would take 6 hours, but it actually only took 3.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is. I know you're skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this.
I had a chat with Kuno. He promised to stop stealing the locusts. So it was just a child. He looks crestfallen. Well, thank you for telling us, sweetie. That's a good news, right? That means we can try again. Something is secretly gnawing at her confidence. It's not the Kuno kid. It's something else. Yes, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. Then maybe we can... The aging cryptozoologist breaks into a hideous coughing fit. She looks at him with tender concern. Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home. You're right, you're right. We can come back next season when it's warmer. More cardio. Let's do this! It's not worth risking your health. You should call it a day and go home. He's right, dear Morale. Come now. We've waited so long. What's one more season? You're right. We'll get our shot yet, I'm sure of it. This place is much better for field work in summer, believe me. Is that a pang of sadness, Lieutenant? Thank you, dear. She bows to the lieutenant. And you, Detective Fox? She sad smile. You've been great company to an old woman and her lady and her stubborn husband. You're right, Lena. The RCM is worth their salt. More so than they say on the radio. Wait, can I have your address in case there's news? Oh, okay, it's that thing, but... A sigh, she doesn't think you'll need it. Goodbye, Lena. Goodbye. Well, that was sad. Damn it, why is this game so fucking depressing? Inspect Class C's buoy. Call the library. That's what it was. Hey!
That's one brutal motor carriage.
This is the man with the piss faggot written on his back. Ah, that's clever! They have it all fucked up.
If I were a real skull right now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
Snazzy shit ripped skull mobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Who are you?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
I hate that they censor that word!
The part of the presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls. Yet.
Do you guys know Cindy the Skull? Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull. Yeah, the other guy lights up too. A true artist of the future, just like Arno Van Eck. By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards. For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient. I see you kids are into modern dance music. Oh man, yeah, and then stops himself, processing the rest of your question. We're not fucking kids, man. Be wary of the abyss. It's a threat, an impotent threat of violence. A threat, good. I like those, but I don't. In fact, I dislike them so much I'm willing to drag you boys back to the station just to calm myself down. There's no need for that. We're just talking here, joking too. Stay light, man. Yeah, didn't you cop like have some questions about skulls or some shit? Yeah, why aren't there more skulls? Right? Oh wait, we're not supposed to talk politics. Shit. Disregard that. Nobody will watch this. It's been so long that we fucking forgot. But still, I really fucking hate that they censored that word. It's faggots. It's the word faggot. They can say fuck and shit and cunt, but they can't say faggot? Come on! I mean, South Park even fucking did an episode on the word. It doesn't even mean homosexual. It means faggot. A wimp, a sissy. A limp wrist. Somebody who lacks both masculinity and femininity. I mean... Oh, dude, I will say any word. I do not give a fuck. Because words aren't the problem. The meaning is the problem. Yeah! And faggot used to be it used to be a bundle of sticks. You know, a faggot carrier. A wood carrier. See, the word I love the most is niggardly. Because its meaning is completely innocuous. But if you hear it just out in the wild, you immediately think of something else. Google it. Niggardly. I will spell it for you. Alright, why aren't there more skulls in Martinez? The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. The lieutenant replies instead, that's why there aren't many organized crime around here, apart from the Union themselves, of course. Don't you worry about that, we're going to make up for the deficit. Yeah, we are. Your rhetoric is confusing. Are you part of skulls? No, enough about the scullery then. Let me see. Do you know anything about the murder that took place here? Murder? A man was hanged in the backyard. Yeah, sure, we'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man. Also, he was hanged. Anything else? He was hanged from a tree. Oh yeah, I mean, duh. These fucks don't know anything. Let's just move around. Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything? Ah, this sounds like epistemology. I feel so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself. However, there's no way these young men could possibly be aware of that work. I know you don't know shit. Exactly. How can one know shit? For example, how can one be sure there truly is a body hanging from the hostel? What if it's art or just a mere specter? It's not. A man is dead and we need answers. So what do you think we know? What's with the jackets? What about him? Why does your jacket say piss faggot on it? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character and I do like piss. The word piss faggot epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world of things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And I guess it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences. Also, you gotta admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving toward basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative the medium itself convey the message. Makes sense? What I mean by that is we are all piss faggots, and the world is inherently meaningless. It seems this young man has a certain expertise in at least one field, even if it is rather narrow. Turn to the dark-haired youth. Why do you have "fuck the world" written on your jacket? Like I said before, so many men keep searching for the one, the so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as a kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it. To catch a fish, you need to hurl the lure many times, and even if it isn't certain you'll get anything, if you blow up the lake, though... That is a terrible metaphor. You get more fish in a shorter time, and time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly. One must think of a way to fuck the whole world, and not get caught up in fucking someone. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing, and that, to me, feels glorious, sticking your dick into the void. Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point. Is it a coincidence that we have two badass jackets and two badass cops? Hey, Kim, lower your voice. Do you think it's a coincidence? What is? There are two of us and two of these jackets? The lieutenant looks confused. What are you implying? Which one would you wear? I'm not sure I understand you, detective. Are you more of a piss faggot or a fuck the world kind of guy? Neither. Come on, Kim. It's just a mental exercise. Fine. If only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to have already gone down that path, I think piss faggot is the stronger of the two of the two sentiments. That works. I feel more like a fuck the world kind of guy. Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts. That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there! I've got to get more Half-Life. I've got to try to get those jackets, just for the shit of it. Alright. +1 Half-Life. Let's see here. +1 Half-Life. Alright, and that's it. Aren't we dapper?
That ride is fucking lightning.
Hey! Look who it is! Shrunken cop head material.
Yes! No, don't ask for anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream of being skulls. Use that. Wait, how? Suggest they're massive skulls. Come on. Boys with those jackets, you're gonna be in the Skull Kings in no time. What? No, skulls don't have kings, I think, and we're not even in yet. Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly when folks pretend to be them. We're not even prospects yet. Prospect must be a hierarchical term, probably in the lower end. Not even prospects and already aspiring to be kings. Wow, you boys are ambitious, the lieutenant's voice rings over the plaza. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls, you're destined to go far. He gets it, passive-aggressive flattery. Shut the fuck up! The youth presses through his clenched teeth. There's panic in his eyes. Are you trying to get us killed? Now bring it to the jackets and yes, start shouting. Yeah, we want to be a cool killer skulls too, like you guys, but we don't have skull jackets. Please be quiet. Not much is left of the nihilistic revel at this point. The young man before you is scared out of his mind. What do you want? The jackets? Skull King! Make shrunken heads out of us. Fuck you, man. Take them then. You offer us your jackets like that? It'd be impolite to refuse. Oh man, okay, I finally get it. Skulls don't really wear slogans anyway. This was stupid. Fuck, the other one sighs deeply. The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement. Since you said you're more of a piss faggot kind of guy, I'll take the other one. I'm absolutely okay with not having either one. Why not? They're a pair. We could really raise hell. Go undercover. Hard. But don't you want to express your individuality? This case doesn't require us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jackets will be useful at all. I just wanted them not to have them anymore. Cold-hearted cop. Well, still, it's good to have it's good to know we have a pair in case the need arises. The need will not arise. Pity. The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man were standing alone on a street corner with piss faggot written on his back, it'd be just an individual that has taken the liking to urine. And fuck the world and all its own is frankly generic. The dark-haired young man just stands there defeated. The wind blows. I don't know, Eric. It's cold out. Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us. Oh god, they actually give stats. God bless this game. Oh, that's lovely. I think that's all of my normal stuff. Yep. What the fuck is this game? Inside you see steering levers, blah blah blah. Pick up the radio again. Connect me to the library. Central Jamrock Public Library. A male librarian now answers the call. How can I help you, officers? He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how the people get when the police call. I'm looking for any information you can provide on Billy Magine, a reader. Billy Magine, you said? Give me a moment. I'll have to check our database. Yes, hello, are you still there? You can hear him fiddle with the printout. I found Billy Magine's home address in that. Is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately. They're too poor to have a phone line. Yes, home address is fine. Here we go, sir. It's in Martinez, Capeside Apartments, that's all. That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it? Do you have any other information? It says here they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day. Do you know someone who was? Marie, do you ever remember a reader named Billy Magine? They returned a Tybalt book the other day. Maurice, what? Yeah, okay. If it was the police. Yes, it was my colleague Marie. The librarian is speaking into the phone again. She says it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lose Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet. Good, you have a name now. Let's see. Do you know the husband's name? Sorry, no. Only knows him by sight. What did he look like? Marie, a moment pause. An older man, she's pretty sure he had a drink or two the last time she saw him. What was he wearing? 1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying attention to that. So Billy is a woman, not a man. How did your colleague know it was her husband? Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her. And then goes for a little drink later on the lookout. Thank you, that's all for now. Happy we could help. Goodbye, officer. Anything else? And that's it. Ah! Let's go give some bad news! It's a good day for some bad news. Whoa, what have we here? A bridge? A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if ever there was one. Damn, it looks like we've got a construction code violation. True, they never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of Ravachol looks better, though. But, Lieutenant, think about the splinters. The bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time. After all, it's nothing to worry about, shall we? Why the hell did that pop up? Crete crack dead. Something smells good. Lieutenant motions you. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard. Get yourself together. It's police work. Let's see. Hold on, Kim. We should discuss this before we move on. What should we expect? You're right. Let's talk this through. Here's some light footsteps in what appears to be a daily weather forecast playing on the radio. We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Machine. We need to confirm this as well as deliver the death notification to Billy yourself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. It's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary. Do you think there's any advice on how to tell her? Dead? Just don't say you know how they feel. You don't. Good advice. Alright, I think I'm ready.
Hello? Who is it?
Is this Billy Machine's home? This is the police. Please open the door.
A moment, please. Give us a moment.
Tidying up nervously. There's fear in her voice.
The door is open.
This'll be fun!
It's you from the book stand. Did you come to bring my cockatoo back?
Holy shit! Her husband was missing!
I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Billy. Would you like something to drink? Or tea, lemonade? We're out of coffee.
Has taken off his foggy glasses and busy cleaning them. You're on your own. Condensation from stepping inside. He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. That way, I think you take the lead. Thanks, but I'm alright. Is this about Victor, my husband? Is he in some type of trouble again? I can come pick him up in the station if that's what... No, this is something much worse. Is he in a hospital? How bad is it? How about some small talk before you break the news? It's like ripping off a band-aid. The least painful way is to do it right away without stalling. Ooh! I don't want to, but we have to. I don't want to do this. Slap your cheek. Stupid, stupid. Just say it. Say what? Officer, too late. You ruined it. Just say it now. Your husband's dead. Excuse me, what? What did you say? She's in pain. There's so much pain. And so are you. Your chest is burning. We're very sorry to inform you your husband, Victor Machine, was found dead this morning on the Martinet boardwalk. Oh. Oh, but he was just here, alive. I understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. We're truly sorry for your loss, ma'am. What happened? Tell me. He fell and smashed his head against the bench. And you just found him there, lying in the cold? How long had he been there? For a few days, at least. She doesn't reply. You hear the clock ticking. Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you? No, I just need to tell my girls. God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home? Yes. Alright, I'll call them. She can't take much more. Her stomach is churning. Soon she'll have to go to the bathroom and scream. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him? He's still there on the boardwalk. You haven't even taken him away? No, we have. He was taken to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier. He hands her a leaflet with the morgue's contact information. Is there anything else the RCM could do for you? No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still a bit... Sorry, I couldn't do this. I have a brain condition. A brain condition? Yeah, you're a total fucking horror show. No, stop now! You know what? It doesn't matter. I'll just leave. Oof. I'll take it from here, thank you. We should step outside and talk. Damn it! It's always that. It's always those fucking feelsy moments that he fails at. Oh, that's painful. Painful. I'm gonna get an ass reaming.
So, the death notification.
He's avoiding your gaze. Now is the time to say how sorry you are. I'm sorry, I know I fucked up. It's alright, don't worry about it. I'll call the station when we're finished and let them know the name of the deceased. What about Billy and her kids? There's not much we can do for them, I'm afraid. That's it. We should get back to our case. An officer, I've seen worse. This wasn't the worst I've seen, okay? Let's go. I really have. He thinks she was strong. She made it easy for her. Or she made it easy for us. Fuck! That was bad. That was very, very bad. That's right.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Damn, these crappy lungs.
Our test. Must be further up. Don't be mean to your lungs, they're only trying to help. I'm not being mean to them, it's not like I'm fucking smoking. The metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down. At first looks like trash, but if you look over,
Pick up the buoy. You lift the buoy. Examine the plastic ball. The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it closed. But only just barely. The brittle metal of the latch is cracked. Simple construction, very unsafe. Shake the buoy. Sniff the buoy. It smells like you would expect it to smell. A concentrated version of the coast. Salt, industrial slag, slop, and decay. Yay, leveled up! A shot glass where the seawater pours out. Some algae and nothing else. Well, damn. We're lucky it's still here a little longer and it would have floated away. We still got here too late. There's nothing of use anymore. No documents. Who do you think took them? I have no idea. This is a minor quirk. We know what was in the buoy anyway. Or think we do. This is a small loose end. Either way, not important, I hope. It must have been Classy's enemies, which means she's in danger. Could be. We should also keep an eye out. Nothing else for us to do but go. I just hate when my lungs decide to do this. Be all weak and make it difficult for me to breathe and talk.
And Mikhail, notice the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You, officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez. I'm Trant Heidelstadt. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
That is a really weird voice.
Nice to meet you.
You and Kim know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately.
Man speaks in an artificial cadence of a professor or someone who's been on too many radio
but
shows.
I assume you're not here for giant words, when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother, you feel it, but why? Wow, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language is named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occident countries. I'm looking for a suspect. Have you seen anyone suspicious around? No, I'm afraid I can't help you with that one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here. So you haven't seen anyone around? No, I'm sorry. This is just a day off. We just arrived. There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that, a day off. What's so fascinating about an empty old building? Aha, but it's not just empty old, any empty old building. All four of you turned to admire the mural before you. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Field Electric, and Feld, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom. I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical. That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink and cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started off as Midway Electronic outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Ravachol, Feld became a global player in the emergency personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines, but if Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing the metaphors here. What was that ace? It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building. They developed a tape computer. A tape computer? An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons. Portable enough to be a take-it-home solution, revolutionizing business machines, even bringing them into the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Ream, ICN, and ZAM, haven't achieved yet. What happened? Indeed, what? The revolution, the boy wipes his nose on his sleeve. Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Ravachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. You're saying that Feld Electrical built this boardwalk? Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed. A pleasure wheel? Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would have preferred there was a big wheel lighting up the coast. Yes, to lure in their star engineers, this part of Martinet was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation, but history had other plans. What happened to the engineers? Well, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. But now, if you were to ask about tape computers... Wait, is he saying we should just bypass the excess of the revolution? Turn to Mikhail. He means they all died at the hands of communists. Tape computers, right. What do the revolutionaries do with the advanced tape computers? They use them for military communications. But also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious being the Decree de Mars. What's the March Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Ravachol of the 7th of March in the year 02. A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charest, called it a love poem to Ravachol in her political concept album, Bon Brizard de la Sunde, or whatever. God, I hate these fucking... I hate these fucking weird names I can't read. Oh. It completely throws my flow. Every local library in Ravachol stocks a copy. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. He looks at his son, who starts giggling, his face hidden behind the book. Or, well, tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention. The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion. How did those tape computers work? Did they work like radio computers? Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like, but the word has it they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking, turn-of-the-century hardware. He raises his finger, remembering something. Buckle up! 10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for the exhibition at the Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center in Redford, Orange. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ackerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Gay just joined the team. Trying to... Wait, did he say Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? He did it! He said Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center like it's the most natural thing in the world! What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? Who the hell are Keith and Guy Used? Okay, the Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center, Paul Ackerman, Keith and Guy Used? What are you talking about? They put that in just so I would fucking read it. The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center for Contemporary Arts. There it is again, those words! The exhibition itself drew on Langerman's notion of memory, and so there are parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ackerman, chose to... You're making this up. Kim, is he making this up? Come on, there is no place called the Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center of Arts. Thought gain, Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center. In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center, he says casually, is a place you can visit if you're ever in Bedford and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. What the fucking fuck? I have to look that up. I have to look that up. Give me just a second. Such a fucking weird. Jesus Christ! It takes out 3 suggestion, but Encyclopedia Passives give you 10 experience and 2 real. Damn, that's insane. But no, I'm not going to take that. I'm already full up. There we go. Let's see. Perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations and project input onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing. Made of black film and folding tape structures. Cool. Very, very cool. Although I understand the socioeconomic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device, but so they did. The failed playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07. Why did the revolutionaries destroy it? Who knows? Maybe it was an accident. I wanted to ask something else, but of course. Thank you for the information. Thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed. Pick your brain, if anything. This was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever. I wonder if I can knock that out. Probably not, but we're gonna try. I need more shivers. +1 shivers. +1 shivers. Yes! Booyah! Suddenly there's a sigh carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it. Where does it go? In through the collapsed roof. And flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust of the stairs, and then the beach below to the boardwalk. Its winding tunnels a whisper away. What's happening? She's down there! Say, I think she's down there, below this building. Okay, why? Ever since I woke up, maybe even before, I've been getting these strange cold spells. Good, good. Yes, cold spells. He seems incredulous. So basically, your hangover is telling you she's down there. Call it a gut feeling. So how do we get in there? The doors are on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically. Finally, my time to shine! There's a ladder next to the sign. Perhaps we can climb there. Enter through the roof. Perhaps you can climb them. We're not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70. Oh God! Now I have to get all the savoir-faire I can get. All right. +1 savoir-faire. I really only have one +1, or I only have one savoir-faire? Alright, fuck it. Oh, shit. Must equip tools. Yeah, that doesn't look good at all. Assess. The distance between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets, however they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's like 3 meters around, or above ground, and you're, what, 180? 180 seems about right. Not to mention the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were not to climb the ladder instead. What if you were to do something even more subtle? What if you were to reconceptualize climbing the ladder? Astral projection. Be open-minded about this. Yeah, because falling from a height seems well splat, so don't do that. What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport? The lieutenant stares at you blank-faced. Teleportation is not a thing. Teleportation is a thing, just needs a bit of concentration. Come on, Kim, where's your adventurous spirit? This really has nothing to do with adventures. We're dealing with basic physics here. It won't hurt to try. Oh, yes it will. Holy crap! All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to do is do it. Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear. Your atoms falling out of existence. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physical displacement. I did it, Kim. I teleported. I just saw you climb the ladder. You just climbed it like a regular person. The wind at the top of the building starts howling loudly, blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly, you hear. Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring without backup, especially if we think the suspect might be hiding in there. I don't know how I did that! God bless this game. Oh, God. That is glorious. We're gonna need that light. God damn it. I want to see what that shiver was. Or whatever that was. Yeah, that wasn't worth the loading screen. Alright, I'm gonna check something real quick. Oh God, Ian, what did you do? Let's see here. I say something. Sorry, I just need to do some Googling and some other stuff real quick. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh shit, I got a mail. Why are you sending me an update about fucking Street Fighter? I've already got that, and I don't want to play it anymore. Stupid fucking Steam. Being stupid. Alright, let's get to it. Ooh, a postcard. $3. Bangin'. This isn't just glass, these are old computation components. These are computation components. Yes, the filament memories. From the time when wires were cast in glass, slides with an inlaid nervous system. How do they do that, and why? The how is a closely guarded secret, something that was locked in safes in human heads across the river while they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know. The why is easy, because they hadn't come up with modern silicon-based systems yet. For vitreous cast filament memories, though, these seem incredibly advanced. Ooh, a jacket. What is my empathy and hand-eye coordination? Spirit decor. Empathy and hand-eye coordination are probably more important. Ah, here we go. Who's there? Who do you mean, who's there? It's me, Kim. Stop playing around. Help me get this door open. Doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and with some strength and prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak. Huh, I hope no one dangerous heard that. How did you even get in here? After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before. He's quite proud of himself. At least we now know a quick way in and out. Yes, we have an exit, so let's get going. Cool. In the beam of flashlight, a crevice in the wall. A revolutionary hat. Keep getting messages, keep getting stuff. A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurly depicted, gazes on you with sad eyes. The plaque reads, K. Mazov. There's a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait. It's that Mazov guy. This must have been a high place of some of those naive leftists. Got him, buddy. He nods. Some radicals were hiding out here. They left a long time ago. What's with all the secret weapon caches and bunkers? We've found a lot of those lately. I guess what people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers. A good hiding place for someone who's up to no good. Could it be connected to the Mazov bust we found in the student's room? Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looks like some student. They used to always go for this kind of stuff. Half a century? This is part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. Maybe someone could have stopped here recently. You mean like Ruby? No, I think we stumbled on a piece of history. Wait. Jesus, jumped up Christ, this is a big fucking place. Money! Ah! It's all icky. It's like 1,000 radio stations being blasted into your head at once. Oh wait, I should have read that. Suddenly your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head at once, but her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she said the word officer, you feel a spike of agony. It sounds like an entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways. Cover your ears! No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. This is an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Yell at her through the static. You're under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed. God damn! With a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain. What's happening to me?
Pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
explosion of static you're hearing. It's the Ulan frequency, blasted from the pale emitter Fat Angus mentioned. I saw your equations. It's the Ulan frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. Well, I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at. The pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale. Literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in pale. People lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you might be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She likes telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break you loose. What's this goddamn pail anyway?
Pail? It's the end of the world.
How'd you get your hands on this
myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah, way beyond.
Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like walking out of a very confusing dream.
Have you experienced this compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. Seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
This is all great. Let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and of herself merely as prey. Please, could you turn it down so I can ask you something?
You've got something really important to say. You can do it through the white noise.
Damn this!
God damn it! Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barrel front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe... Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time. How did you know we were coming? I heard you in the passage, and I've been preparing for quite a while. By hiding bullets under floorboards? So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised. Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed. She didn't rat you out, by the way, Isabel the washerwoman. So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back. Why hide the bullet, though? This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies. That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency. I said, did you shoot Lelly? No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first. You're right, Classy was the first to share her suspicions. Oh, I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Let's see, what first... Your first guess wasn't entirely off. Titus and his boys, man, they told you were on the coast. Well, fucking, those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like. A dull despair is creeping into her voice. How the fuck do you the rest of you get by? Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal, I opened them up. I did, didn't I? And now you've come for me, but fuck them all the same. That did make her forgive them a little. I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you. Like what? I already told you I didn't do it. A smug moral compass, she still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself. Let's see, would you say Lely was a likable person? I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable guys. Did you feel protective of the Union? Yeah, sure, and I didn't like Wild Pine sending in those foreign hirelings, me and a fuck ton of other people around here. She didn't hate him, okay? I have other questions. I'm listening. Do you have an alibi for when Lely was shot? Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you. There were 10 minutes they couldn't account for. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't have been enough time. Hold on, no one takes a 15-minute leak. Our investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder. Wow, now I'm curious. Please, explain. Whew. There's a secret ray from the first floor whirling in rags to the roof. Don't know it, but also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof or we would have all heard it downstairs. She has a point there. No one mentioned. The pain stops him from finishing the sentence. Well, that didn't go super well. You gotta lay something better on her. You have a gun. And? Where did you get it? The gun store? What gun store? Trigger Happy Jacks. Really? Trigger? That doesn't sound like a real store. What, do you think I'm gonna squeal on my gun supplier? I'm sorry, I'm not that kind of girl. See, it's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere? Sure don't. A breech loader? No. This is such a wipeout. I can't quite tell what kind of gun it is. A Nashway 80 front loader, 2-barreled. Not really sure what you're looking for, I'm guessing. You collect guns? No, they're practical. Break too often. You like to hang out on rooftops. Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Classy's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. What's so great about her antenna? It's very powerful. I used it to turn into RCM frequencies. That's how I needed to prepare for your arrival. Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof? The vision's pretty bomb too, but you might say the antenna was the main attraction along with Classy. So are you sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof? Yes, I'm sure, and anyway, like I said before, the shot had to come from afar. Did you leave any flowers for Classy on the roof? No, gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style. These weren't flowers, they weren't just flowers, they were symbols of the revolution. But Classy was mourning. I never did understand why. When someone dies, a hothouse worth of flowers has to die too. Okay, so you didn't leave them here. Maybells. No, I did not. You're running drugs for the Union. I've been through your lorry. So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician. That one really comes as a blow to her. Yeah, I made him talk. Yeah, that figures. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking? You had a financial incentive to kill the merc. Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union. She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later. She turns the knob down just a millimeter and continues. I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum. There, it's going to be easier to reach the machine now. Everyone at this moment we're gaming gauntlets where I would try to play stuff. I just want to be able to be fair to the genre and put aside the bias. Let's see. But you're threatening with us? Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum. There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with a gun and compressor, she's afraid of you. Okay, let's take a step back. Yeah? Where? More questions before doing anything. Who killed the merc if it wasn't you? How should I know? As I kept saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio. There's rings around her eyes. Her tired voice. She's been staying up late listening to the conversations. Police radio, you've been following the case? Who hasn't? You know I can still see him there in Classy's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead a good long while. What happened? Tell me your version. She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity. It's okay, we just want to... Alright, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers like always. Then Classy comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves, so I grab a seat next to her. Wait, did she also seem high to you? Oh yeah, super, but I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her pretty hard before. Classy said you knew something was wrong immediately. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. Wouldn't be the first for her, but no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah, you made it look like you'd been hanged. But how did you manage to come up with a plan so quickly? What? No, faking a lynching was her idea. She looked shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed? Her idea? Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while we went to get the Hardy Boys. Classy knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise. That's bad that she'd be so calm. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her or to be disturbed. You think she killed Belly herself? As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs, no gunshot, nothing. But even if this is true, weren't you worried the lynching might lead to war? The thought crossed my mind, but the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way, although things were going. Yeah, fuck it, I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. If you didn't kill him, why hide? I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent. That strange distant fear is getting close now. It's a fear of yourself. What do you mean, La Puta Madre agent? She looks at you quizzically. Yeah, you. Everyone says you're his peon. The human can opener. Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell, and why me? You hear this through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Feels like a vein exploded. Who's everyone? How do you know this? Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you? If she knows that about you, then she must know your real name, too! Tell me, what's my name? If you know that about me, you must know my name. Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and the funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre. So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the take. Criminals make up boogeyman stories about cops all the time. All this just means you're effective. Criminal knows you and they're scared of you. I don't know, it seems pretty convincing to me. La Puta Madre, I've heard of him. He's dangerous, right? Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. Yeah, sorry, I know I'm supposed to know about this, but I lost my memory recently. Yeah, sure. She doesn't believe you. I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. How did you do this to Madre anyway? You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition, and now I have Harry Can opener in my lair, fucking Titus. She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. When I came into town, was there anyone with me? Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway? Who was in this squad? Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either. What else can you tell me? One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right? No idea who these people are, literally. Satellite officer Vickmeyer looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minot. We can either take a room here in the Whirling or just go home for the day. Let's go home, John. Nothing's going to happen today. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride. I think I know them. They're in Martinez. Fantastic. I gotta get on the road. Then you can go find your friends unless you have anything pressing to ask me. Do you know about the bunker next door? What bunker? The communist hideout back there. Don't know anything about it. No one's been around here since I set up camp, but I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to... Gotta act soon. This is getting bad. Momentary window of clarity. Why is she just letting him do this? Oh, that was a low roll. You did it. The compressor light's broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but... You okay, Kim? Oh, good, officer. Be careful. She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Ah, fuck it. She puts the barrel of the gun in her mouth. Damn! You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself, so why is it not coming to you? Why am I standing here like an idiot? Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger now. I can't stop her. You could actually quit the game. That's fucking great. Oh god. Fuck. Get a hold of yourself. You need your support now too. Okay. What do we do now? We clean up. We may take days for processing to pick up our body. We need to move it somewhere. Gun! A pepper box? Really? Wait, it's in his left hand. It should be in his right hand.
Yes?
Damn it, why does this always happen to him? Poor Harry. Plain red tant. It was pitched by practiced hand. She was used to camping out. You see rolled up sleeping bags and personal belongings. We should put her in the sleeping bag so the rats don't get her. There she lies, cocooned in a sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, and half-read magazines. Magazines? You should look through them. Sift through the books and magazines. Assorted softcover, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines. See anything? Sift through the magazines. Riga Monthly, Journal of Material Science, blah, 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 blah. A notebook! We should read this immediately, like right now. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, that feels better. Did I just skip like a majority of the game? Oh fuck, I got a message. Alright, I guess I'm just more like an RPG FPS, dude. Nothing. Okay. Ooh, I got a message. Oh shit. I need to open this up. Sorry about all the delays. Fucking YouTube.
So some.
Yeah. There we go. Now I just need to post this. There we go. All done. Back to this. Where is that interact thing? A well-loved journal with a brown leather cover. Seems to have served as a loyal friend to a lonely traveler. Examine the cover. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She had good taste and must have taken what she recorded here seriously. Unwinding the strap, the journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. Study the handwriting. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently, many phrases and even paragraphs that have been crossed out with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated. We could learn a lot from this. What kind of logistics? Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions. There could be useful information about local operations in these notes. We have a junior sergeant in my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this. Professionalism is a coping mechanism. What are the diagrams of? Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor. Sketches, calculations of distance and density, make out a familiar spiral shape. Anything personal? Short, wry observations of people and places, probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are passages with many questions in them. I keep getting messages. Why are they trying to... Yeah, right? Fucking hell, alright. How far back do the entries go? The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable. What did she write the day Lely died? Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault, except that's another matter entirely. She is referring to betraying her previous employer. Does she suggest she did it in self-defense? Anything about La Puta Madre? That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal, though? You do see an M. La Puta Madre? M is mentioned on March 9th and 15th. Read the entry from March 9th first. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching, but also I feel it might get to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping on my lorry or on the smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist by my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her. It's in you to do something like this, kill her. Physically, at least, you could pull the trigger if you had to. I'm okay with the idea. That's a good, pragmatic approach. Been holed up for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I made a point to believe that in the best of people, the boys, for example, what experience tells me. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves, even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. What's the most recent entry? It's from today. It reads, hey, I leveled up! Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run, not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning. I don't think she killed the mercenary. It feels like she might have been framed. This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one, he thinks. Don't get emotional. So she died for nothing? She was on plenty of trouble even without the murder. Still, it's a nasty business. Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent? He looks you straight in the eye for a moment, then sighs. No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure. His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it. Then who do you think killed the merc? Could have been Titus, then again. But no one heard the shot. Maybe there's a Hardy boy who we've yet to meet who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing's for certain. We have business back in the Whirling and Regs. Questions to ask. We should get to it. Yeah. God, what a shit show. Oh yeah, I gained a level. I should put points in something. Well, now that I've got a gun, I've definitely got to put more points into hand-eye coordination. And when the fuck am I supposed to be done giving up alcohol? My god, that takes forever. I thought it was 1 hour. It's 14 hours. I'm a dumbass. God damn it, I had already done this. That must have been what they meant. Call your station to find out more, if and you dare. It's like, oh my god, it is me! I am the walrus! One more door. Really? Hey, Tim. Well, it's not going horrible. It's going about average. How is your day going? You didn't crash every MC in Ravishal, hopefully. Oh, Son's gonna hate having missed all of this! This is the most depressing game. Seriously. Stop, just up ahead, danger. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend, your weapon. Kim, there's danger up ahead. Yes, I hear commotion. Let's go. I'm ready to do this. Good, be ready to take damage.
I'm all out of shit to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Put your goddamn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through, alright?
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls into the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone caught here.
You all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fella?
Peaceful? Nest in your abdominal cavity, like a little wired mouse.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
The third one. He is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before going in there first. The big one in is the mercenary at the gate, the scab leader. What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
We're out of time.
The mercenary tribunal.
Stop! This is the police.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
God, that voice is horrible.
Big fuck.
Easy now, no one needs to die here
People are gonna
today.
die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, your fingers holding the grip of a gun that has just taken a life tingle. Go for it, it seems to say. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. No, wait, it's good that you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument. Holy shit! Peace. Always peace. It's worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have, then move down from there, please. God damn it! Of course, nothing bad will happen. Talk about his dead friend. He seems stable enough to take it. He doesn't seem stable at all. Even better, it'll further destabilize him, costing time and maybe lives. Yes, go on. I don't want to do anything, but say the thing down there. The man he's mourning is called Ellis. Yeah, Cortnar. Cordy could be short for Cortnar. Could they be brothers? Ask him. What did go wrong? It's a discovery. Yes, this will be good. It'll calm him down. It won't cost any lives. Lives that could have been otherwise spared. And if not, lives aren't that important anyway, including yours. There are billions of them having lived. Hey, I don't mean to pry, but the hangman was your brother. You don't fucking talk to me about my brother, loincloth. He squeezes the words out from between clamped lips, his hand with a pistol. Okay, yes, immediate failure. Things are much worse now. He's observing your every motion carefully. Who is that? I didn't know you had a third guy. Rude. Rude is the killer. The armored woman smiles a vicious smile. Rude the killer, Hohenklow, and he doesn't talk much. All of you fucking cunts inside out. What was that, Rudd? Rip you open. The killer, the gunner, the raidist. The killer. He points the figure clad and what do you think he does? There, on the rim of Hohenklow's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21. Count the figures. About 50 little stick figures, all of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end. These men served in Semenine, the native islanders. The 2 little white figures are when they moved to Ravishal, they're recent. Kills black people almost exclusively? That's right. Plenty of Kipts in Ravishal, too. T, let's fucking do it, the man presses through his teeth, his hands on his belt. Gene, easy now. Think of an argument! Wow! Alright, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Colonel would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely. Just a question. Who's in charge of your unit after the death of a colonel? I am a colonel major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by the clay monkeys, I lead the platoon as a retaliation strikes. You're the highest ranking member of the three of you. No, I just have the biggest gun. Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now. As the leader of this group, reconsider your actions. This does not need to end in bloodshed. You're right, but you see, I want it to end in bloodshed. Okay, it's not monthly. He's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. That did something. Easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out. Fuck it! Shoot him! A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion. Look at Cartnar. There's a hole in his chest. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible. His lips moving, swollen with fear, trying to say, shoot him, but he can't. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. Kim, where's Kim? From the corner of your eyes, you see the lieutenant raise his pistol and aim it at Rudd. He's trying to find a straight line of sight before the rifling can take you out. In the background, the leader staggers. Blink. Think. You stare down the barrel of the gun. You see Rudd's mask behind it, his eye in the slit of the helmet, like a camera lens focusing on you. 0.4 seconds remain. There are 6 little black dots on the tip of the barrel like a honeycomb. This is a knot cannon. It shoots 6 rounds on one pull of the trigger. Is there anything we could use to protect this frail body? That gun will tear us to pieces. He's drunk. Drunk fighters overcorrect. Move right. He aims further right. Go to get him to overshoot. Oh, thank God! You leap left. A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. It feels like the lightest of tucks. Stop shooting at me! The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out! To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too at Kim. The lieutenant aims, face pale. Without tremble, he quietly utters, God, please. He's aiming for the eye slot in Rudd's helmet, an extremely difficult shot. Then, 2 shots ring out at once. One from Lieutenant Kitsuragi's pistol and the other from DePaul's. He's aimed at Kim, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you. Who screamed? Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh, God, watch out! You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you. Through all the smoke and panic, with blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you, then he squeezes the trigger. The look of vengeance, framed in blood, lip shaking. This is the last thing he'll do on Earth, but he will do it. This is your end. Here it comes. Death. You can't. There's no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body's on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark, a distant blur as you recede into it. Listen through the darkness and the pain. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass. Stop! The cop. Protect the cop. He's down. Touch your lower body. Feel slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching your consciousness takes everything you've got. What parts of me are missing? Most of what's down there. Oh, God. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No, it's just a fear. Even if, who cares? No one wants you anyway. Try to open your eyes. What do I see? Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Dancing shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play. Out of it, a silhouette appears. Crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice. Filled with urgency and fear. You're bleeding out. Of course, I got gunned down and die. Sorry, fuck. Yes, keep talking. Stay awake. Look at me. But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy and the sound's even more distant. Then a cold comes over you. Kim, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone, when suddenly you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant doesn't see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There's no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fire behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's, then the sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone, so is Kim, then the whole world. This is death. One more door, baby.
Death. One more door, baby. One more door.
No! Let me back into the fight!
Fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours. Hurting. Moaning in his sleep. And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs. And feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers. Thrashing. In his
He can't go, not before the case is solved. There's a radio in the distance, a radio of the world, playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you'll return to the real world. You're thirsty. You reach for the glass of water by the bed. The world is still there. Sleep some more.
Turn today. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a Capri Kanema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see Kim's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple from the pain. It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters. Kim. Sunrise Parabellum. He's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with a fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. What happened? What happened? You shot a major in the face. A firefight ensued. Is he dead? Yes. A blood-stained killer. I'm a killer. You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged. I dodged. He nods. Then I shot and wounded him while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive. This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on. Titus, Fat, Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survived. So do Elaine and the musician. I forgot his name. Eugene? Yes, he's still alive too. Nod. You were bleeding out. You said something. I don't know what, and you warned me. I was able to disarm Officer DePaul before she got the jump on me. Thank you. I killed her. The lieutenant takes a cigarette out, and that's what happened. How many? Let's see. And they're all dead, all three of the contractors? No, so you also killed? He nodded. All three of the contractors. He nods. DePaul was the last to die. Everett had their bodies returned to Cornell for a funeral. The party is the company is yet to retaliate. Why? Because we deterred them, or Joyce did, or the harbor, in full lockdown is too costly a target, or maybe they're simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know. I thought you only smoked once a day. This is the one. How many casualties on the Union side total? 4. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets. And that's all. An absolute disaster. Yes, officer, 6 people are dead. It's not a success. +1, Ruby. But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the bee's hive. The worst scenario has not materialized yet, and we're still alive, both of us. He did not expect you to both survive once you step between those two armies. This smoking is hunchback. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes. Ouch. It's not ouch time yet. You just got a Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off. Dramamine, then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad. The room, it's clean. Mr. Garte cleaned it. It took him an entire day. How long have I been out? 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse, and drink water. What did you say, sunrise? Sunrise parabellum. Sunrise prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying. Is it war today? The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Our apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I'm relieved to say. I think we may have held it off for now. Good. Yes, we also have completely failed, but that's okay. How bad am I hurt? Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadricep. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully. No major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. Can I walk? We will see. Through tears and blood and stitches tearing, it should be possible. Has anyone from my station been to see me? No. A man and woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmeyer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of a machine. Ahead, harbor cranes race to the sky. Back to the shithole, he says. Isn't that strange? I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on site. You haven't seen any, have you? I'm sure they're worried about you. If not my station, then who treated me? I did. Thank you. No need. Are you hurt? Not very. I have a concussion from the woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I try not to move around too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me. Okay, get up. Good lord, what a fucking mess. I can't believe I got as far as I did. Easy now. You can take it. Just don't lean on that leg of yours too heavily. My disco days are done. Your disco days should have been done quite a while ago. What happens? I honestly don't know. But I don't know either. We can't talk to Everard. No, the harbor is in lockdown. Everyone is in there as outside our grasp now, and Joyce has left too. Joyce is gone? Yeah, she left yesterday morning to meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps the Crenell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her in. Maybe the way Ruby's gone and Classy too. We really should have arrested her, you know. Wait, Classy is gone too? Oh yeah, she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up. I asked Mr. Garte. Turns out it was a bad idea not to arrest her, but maybe it was a good deed that will pay off in heaven. Who would have figured? Who did it then? Who killed the hanged man? That was our job to find out, wasn't it? Honestly, I just don't know. Our circle of suspect is dead and gone. It's not a circle at all. It's ruined. Damn, that is a lot of stuff. Fuck. Ah, fuck. It's not letting me go down to the bottom there. So once more, Classy has escaped. Absolutely, there's no other way to go about it. We screwed up. The fucking Maybells, Kim. The flowers. What? Yank it out and show the dried flower while it falls to pieces. This one, remember? Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the face. In case you don't have to keep everything. He's wrong. Okay. Someone was checking her out. I don't know. He rubs his neck. That's been there for years. The goddamn footprints. Yes. God curse the footprints. An antique bullet from a Bell mail grave. How hard can it be to find? How hard could it be? God damn it, I can't read this shit! 28% chance possibility. We should go upstairs. Rethink the ballistics in situ. There's that. You can do ballistics. You know what I think about solving crimes? Solving crimes is hard. Solving crimes is almost impossible. It can feel that way sometimes, yes. The concussion must be making him dizzy. You're not ready to give up, are you? No. Are you ready to limp? I'm ready. Good. There's a pause. Where do you want to limp? The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics. Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk. We should check Mrs. Katarzyna Alash's room upstairs. Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through? I don't know. I can't think of anything better. You can walk right into Kim's room. These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on him, other recent cases. Adgarte opened the room or door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night. Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer. It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky considering the odds we faced. Let's go. What's this? Oh. It's the announcement that the new update came out. Ouch, that leg hurts. Maybe if you run, it'll be okay. Looks like she left something on the table. You see a note, a few lines jotted down. I'm sorry I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs. A gift? What could this gift be? I'm not drawing any gun yet, but I don't like gifts. He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively towards his holster. Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay? Relax, not everyone's out to trap you. Seems like she left in a hurry. It's hardly surprising. Oh no, we failed! A red thread, made of nylon. It leads out of a room and onto the roof. You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing toward the antenna, from the antenna outside of the cupboard on the wall. This is ballistic. She left a trajectory for us. A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside. A prime, to then widen to a radius of location to B prime. Where's the thread lead? The bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles from a point beyond the roof B. She trying to tell us the shot came from the aisle? Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna, that's where the thread seems to point. How did she know how to do this? She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole hit the glass. She had a long time to think about it. After, standing on the roof staring at the glass. This also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her? This is her way of saying she's sorry. I find that hard to believe at this point, but what difference does it make? This is one of the few places in Martinique we hadn't been to. So it is. For a second he seems tired. Maybe we need to go to the island? The lead is flimsy. You might as well go around Martinique looking under every rock and talking to every person, but what else is there? What else is there? Not a lot, no. Kim, let's go to that fucking island. Okay, let's go to the fucking island. How do we get there? Joyce had her sloop, but it's gone. Lillian, the net picker, she's tarring her boat. Ah, yes, of course, the village. Let's go. I like that the game lets me continue. It doesn't just say, you failed, you died, you fucked up. Because this will be the end. This is the final episode of this playthrough. If I do another playthrough, it'll be because I'm doing a descriptive playthrough. Which, that'll be a whole nother thing. My volition is 7? Good Lord.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you. Big improvement. You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. I give credit where it's due, and with that, sir, that was a nice... And that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him, crawled inside, then bullets started flying anyway. I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. The establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. Just thought I needed to specify that. Where did everyone go? Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. What happened to the man with the sunglasses? I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. Okay, so I have to mention, when it happened, you were right there, out there on the balcony. Yeah, I was, yeah, trying to remain aloof. That's because I'm a badass. Yeah, I guess you are a badass. Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking, and also I sort of found out I don't give a shit if I die. He means it. He's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself stepping onto that balcony. Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his beer and welcomes
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you, but I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that. I guess what I'm trying to say here is thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances. Thanks, just doing my job. Well, cheers anyway, Copper. I'm sorry about the people you lost. Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Angie, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten himself into. Trusted me. Still, balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear. Here it comes. The last one's the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amount of 8% beer. And Glenn. Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him, but what do you do? This job is shit. Hold on, where's that Shanky fella? Dennis? That poor little rat is dead too. I always thought he'd run, but no, he stays. Stupid brave fella. They were good people. I'm sorry it went like that. Yeah, well, memento mori, right? What does that mean? It means you might die tomorrow, so live every day like it's your last. Ain't that right, fellas? Absolutely. Today I'm gonna get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking girl, because tomorrow's a motor carriage might run me over, or you might die of a heart failure or syphilis. Hey, fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea. What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys now? I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows who love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows and maybe wants to have some fun with his brother. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy Boys. He's right. The numbers are replaceable. In an organization of thousands of men, there are plenty who'd join. Do you know what happened to Classy? Don't know, don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again. Titus, after all we've been through, level with me. You really liked her, didn't you? Nope. He did. Same here, man. Any idea what I should do now? Judging by the sight of you, I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey and a big tit in another. Yeah, go pay Monica a visit in Jamrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their worries. Biggest pair of milkers in all of Ravishall. Hell, you look like you both could use some feminine company right now. Thank you for your advice, Eugene, and you too, Elaine. I always do appreciate a good use of the expression milkers. You're welcome, Binaclard. You're alright in my book. So long, fellas. Be good so I don't have to come back here again. Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but never get that lucky twice. Capo, Loco, and the normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Jamrock. Scars make the best tattoos, they say. Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did. If you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I got a few vacancies. You make one hell of a Hardy Boy, Copper. And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. The man was born to lead. The RCM could really use a man like you, Titus. Think about it. I will, Capo. That's a promise. Now scoot, because the Hardy Boys got some running and drinking to do. Keep it easy on the drink. The danger is not past. The town needs you on your feet. Good point. We'll keep the volume under 12% tonight.
Hey, it's you again. I've been thinking about it, and you know what? We're both cops. This city is big enough for 2 cops. Okay, 3 cops. Me, you, and your little friend here.
Shit. Ah, I fucked it all up. Ugh, damn, that hurts. Ah, whoa. What the fuck does that mean? One day I'll return to your side. The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull. Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words to her masterpiece. The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger. Looks like, yes, this is fresh. This wasn't here yesterday. I smell heavy fuel oil and blood. Some of it is even yours. Heavy fuel oil? Isn't that flammable? What are you trying to imply at, Fingers? New task. Light the graffiti on fire with a burning cigarette. You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy, and throw it in there, you know, just to see what happens, see if it's flammable. It's better that way, safer.
Yes?
Officer, care to play a game with a lonely old man? Actually, never mind. It wouldn't be the same.
Where's Renee? The prick is gone. I can barely believe it, but he's really gone. Gone where? Hell, most likely. He was an absolute cunt. What? Was he killed during the mercenary tribunal? Oh, he would have liked that. Violent ends, ending violently. That's how he wanted to go. Sadly, it was not the case. How did he die exactly? His angry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is. Did he feel like he had to prove he could still pull his weight? Doesn't need handouts? Guess he was about to head home, because when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the cockatoo uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I just thought he was wearing it to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, because he's going to be buried without it. Do you think our conversation about his job pushed him to go out there? No. Rene was the most stubborn man in Ravishall. Nothing you or I could ever push him to do anything. The man was completely immovable. He has doubts, but right now he just wants to move on and not think about it. Was he really that bad? I repeat, an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Janae and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids, and she never lost sight of it, and I thought if the most beautiful thing in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to. Did you love him? We've hated each other our entire lives, so much in fact that... Yes, I love that angry prick. He didn't deserve it, but I did. You know what his last words to me were? Some right-wing loyalist slogan? In Guillermo's time, you'd have been shot without a trial. That's what he said to me. The old man gathers himself and wipes at his eyes. He lived a cunt and he died a cunt. Let's leave it at that. I offer my sincere condolences. Yes, we're both very sorry for your loss. It is what it is. Part of life, really. Only half listening to you, but to know someone for 79 years and then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. But you must need something. Too bad Renee's gone. I was hoping to ask him about Maybelle's. The old man stares and sighs and says, Renee wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer, and believe me, he didn't like Insulindian lilies. Wait, Insulindian lilies? That's their old name, dating back to the time of Kings and Crests and all that other stuff he loved so much. Why didn't he like them? There were many reasons, but mostly it was the communards. They called them the Bells of Revolution. I guess in the end, the Insulindian lilies were just another piece of the old Insulind. The royalists led to surrender the Mazovian insurgents. It doesn't really matter anymore. Bye for now. The sewer grate, a gateway to the river of filth. Ah, it's so slow!
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
I got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You know, like, some people
Is this
hurt
from
me.
the shooting in town? Weird gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guilaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
I have a question
Of
for you.
course. Can I help you with something?
We need to get to that island. That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We got 2 days of relative sunshine again. Can we borrow your boat? If you promise to bring it back and no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow and no drinking on the boat and no joyriding either. Of course, ma'am. It's just for a day or two. Official police business. Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there. Oh, there it is. Shit. Ugh. A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats in the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water along with its factory number, A72. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle and you're off to the bay. A strange trepidation. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your account? Remember what the net picker says. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this. You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox. What? What? How else do we blast SAT FM on our way to the island? Fine, let's blast SAT FM then. SAT FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Want to be free. Want to be free.
That's not gonna get me copyrighted.
It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
God, that's depressing.
And the trees are green and overhanging, never light free and everlasting. And the trees are green and overhanging, never light free and everlasting. Want to be free. Eternally. Disco.
The boat comes to a slow stop. Kim turns the engine off and there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings, a flock of quails, takes off in the distance. Let's go. The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to a supply depot on the coast. This leads to a depot on Land's End. Ah yes, so it seems. What do you think it was used for? Bringing munitions to the island, maybe, and supplies. You should also lock the bay when we raise the chain, as a defensive measure, locking up that side of the bay. Lock it from whom? From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Ravishal. The seafront was a revolutionary fortification, I believe. The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds touch the still surface of the sea. What is that flutter? A flock of quails departs, no more than 100 meters away. On the isle, there's almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other. Like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend. To the west, a silent hiss, sea air moving through the needles of pine tree. To the east, the faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dreams. Before it, the sound of the sand, the low tide filtered through the grains, a bird tending to its feathers. Ahead, a low hum. The air slowly moves through the concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow, a big building. Beyond that, further north, air flows out of a pillow box window. There's very little there. The air cossets flower on a meadow, absolute silence. Reeds motionless, bulrush motionless. Beneath the silence, a jitter, a sound impatient to happen, not yet of this world. You hear some kind of limb fidget, producing an imperceptible tick. No, it's just your imagination. You can't hear such things. Kim, yes. This is where a lesser man would stop to think about the pain shooting up his right leg and into his groin. Not you. You're concentrated on how... Have you noticed how quiet it is? I have. Is that why we're stopping? Yep. ICM, this feels familiar somehow. Kim, what is ICM? Insulindium Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army, the Black and White Army of the Revolution. It sounds an awful lot like RCM. It sounds like RCM. It does. Why? The RCM may descend from the ICM. May? It's impossible to say. It was clear it was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Ravishall West was mostly workers and criminals. Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex. A mediocre athlete would pant from dragging around his body on a busted crutch, but not you. You're thinking about politics with blood dripping down your thigh. ICM sounds like ICP, very close to the International Collaboration Police. A white star. Oh God, what a mess. I wonder if we'll fuck it up again. Oh shit. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-covered books. White linen and pillow are visible under a worn-out blanket. Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, freshly washed. Recently washed. How recently? You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak. New task. Get rest in the flak tower. You know, officer, you can rest here if you're feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest. Yes, go to sleep. You face the concrete wall. There's less light there. In the dark corner, like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body's still nowhere near healed. Curl up with your knees close to your chest. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour. The sounds of sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Did I really die at the very end? That would be a very fitting end to this depressing game. How the hell do I get out of here? Ah, there's the door. What the fuck? The innocence of humanism and internationalism in the welfare state turns around to face you. She's a nurship bag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the holy suzerain of Mundi and Insolent. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you gain. I don't know, man. What the holy suzerain doing here? Something seems off. Very off. Just let her go. Listen to me for once. Go, goodbye is what you want to say, but you don't. Hammers clang in the distance. Children laugh. I want to go. Where? There's water all around. She turns her face and is illuminated by the sign of the video rental. Red and cyan. I can't help you. I'm totally useless. Everything I've said is lies. I wasn't the exact same. I want the exact same bad things you want. To stand here like a pillar of salt saying... Can you stay a moment? We need to talk.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't fool us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters, it's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh god, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after all that, you're still reeling. You'd fall over if you try now. But you said I have a vast soul and you will always come back to it. We both said a lot of things. We were very young. It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers and her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things. Actually, you didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter, in a handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork. As Kreen Regnant, I wrote a lot of letters. You need to recite it to her for effect, all of it. No summaries. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage. Good lord. What happens now? What do we do? Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we've already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome. Poor Harry. With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips to her mouth. She is not kissing you back. Cold silver against my forehead, the delicate wreath on her forehead pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air. But I succeeded! This is not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me. I feel her breath, her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth, her tender soul moving through her lungs, hidden, distant, kept safe from you. You're not kissing me back. The moment is ending. She's going to move her face away from yours, trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held onto her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I have failed you. You're the apricot-chewing scented one. No, I'm just Dora. That's it then. No, Harry, not yet. There is one more thing you have to see. She slides her hands down her chest and onto her lower stomach and smiles. I'm pregnant. Is it mine? Of course not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember, you poor fuck? Poverty-stricken fuck? Now go ahead. She wipes her palm on the silk of her gown. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else. No, this has to end. Do the last one. Don't go. No, don't say it. Don't beg. It'll only make her go. Yeah, that's all I have left, please. I have to, Harry, really. I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now. Okay, I understand. No, you don't. You're just being a martyr, and I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. Will we ever see you again? I won't see you, but you will see me. How can that be? Oh, Harry, this is a dream. Can't you see I'm already in Morova by now? Who knows for how long ago this happened? A year, 2, 5? How will I see you again, then? Right here, tomorrow night. Once the dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti-frutti chewing gum like I did that time I asked you for forgiveness after leaving the first time so long ago. This is intolerably bad. Oh yes, this is real darkness, not like death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow. Damn, that's depressing! Christ almighty, the Estonians are even more depressing than the French! They're even more depressing than the Jews, of which I am a half member, so I can make that joke. I really hate that I have to qualify that shit. Oh well. You're up quick. How was your sleep? Actually, it was total annihilation, Kim. I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have. Was it a job dream? No, an ex-wife dream. The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We all have similar things that can be overcome. Let's comb the entire island, centimeter by centimeter. That's the next step in the task chain. Okay. He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed. Alright, books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized. Sift through them. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. The disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. popular description of Man vs. Nature by amateur naturalist T&T Harpin, husband and wife, widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and a serialized story, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering, then it's back to pulp light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders. Someone's made themselves a home. Anything stand out as unusual? Wow! Oh yes, under the bed there's a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life, non-affirming left-wing literature published by small imprints such as Abattoir Farm and Oasia. It's not exactly light reading.
Hi.
Hey, how was work?
It was good. They don't fuck around with getting you to learn new shit when they decide to keep you.
Oh?
Yeah, I was an hour and a half on the floor today.
How'd that go?
It went pretty well. It was mostly, training you on what I need to be doing on the floor.
So they're gonna give you more hours?
No, not necessarily. It's just, now that I'm permanent, they want me to be useful.
You're useful.
Yeah, they both said that.
Oh no, you are even more useful.
Honestly, when they were talking to me about some of the stuff we're expected to do, Amira looked at me and she goes, yeah, I'm not even going to bring up the email thing to you. You're good. Like, well, hey, nice to know I'm good at something.
So, I've utterly fucked everything up.
Okay.
The entire case is screwed, so now we're just kind of picking up the pieces.
Picking up the pieces or having fun?
No, picking up the pieces. Actually, this is incredibly depressing. It's like a real downer. You fucked it, kind of thing.
Damn.
I love this, the left-wing stuff. Look, Kim, downbeat drivel for people who can't get shit done. I agree. Humanitarian scientist, it stands out. Not a lot of critical thinking around a Ravishal list. Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room? A student in the apartment building seemed to have some as well. Well, yes, that one student did. Little book seems inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them. Let's see, what do you think it means? Whoever lives here, they have some education and a certain set of interests. Interesting.
You're cute.
Alright. I will be right back.
I was going to say, don't cut it.
Alright, I'm back. I might have to pause one more time. But we are getting this motherfucker done today. And since I am in the middle of a pause, I can check all my stuff. Check all my messages. Alright. Good. No new messages. Back to depression. Oh, it's all... okay. Ooh. An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth. It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired. What does it mean, a generator here? I don't know. I'm not a philosopher. I meant, why is it here? Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it to work in order to keep the room warm. Small blast door. Conventional keyhole. It's very small. What's on the other side? Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it can still be usable. How do we open this? Maybe this is one of those doors we don't open. He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs into the ceiling. It must control the blast door. You're right. We opened the big one. Will you see any controls anywhere? I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan. Ah! The damn game is insisting that I take as much fucking time as possible. I want to finish this so I can get my lunch. Let's see. Green paint flakes off the monoblock aluminum cabinet. There are rows of switches, a frequency band, and even a keyboard. Run your fingers across the keyboard. A console of an antique computation device. There was a generator upstairs. Could this open the blast door? Possibly. Looks like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does. Turn emergency open. Nothing happens. Find fuel. We should look around outside. The boat engine! Or we could use some from the boat engine. But officer, then we would have to swim. Let's just look around. God, Christ almighty, it's so depressing. Fine, point made, I'll walk. Mattress nest. There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes on the wall. B triple prime. It looks like a good place to shoot from. Inspect the mattress. Single-person mattress, modern, civilian use, brand name Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. Pick one out of the can. The silhouette of the tobacco picker adorns the paper filter, the brand Tumutri. Contemporary Ravishalians prefer Druin, a local blend for the Southern Islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grod. It's favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar. Someone's been smoking here. The smoker's a clean person. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside. Keeps it tidy. First to come out here to smoke. Inspect the wall. There's a firing slit like a little window. Touch the concrete first. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning. Look through the hole. The spring screeches. You lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of the Martinet coastline opens up in the square in front of you like a tiny landscape painting 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar on your left. A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire, cage-side apartments. On the right, the red chimney and collapsed back at the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, the Dune commercial area. In between the two, the box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop, the upstairs window of Classy's room in the rain, reflecting light. Motherfucker. What does that mean? Do you have the line of sight? More than that. Came with a pair of binoculars, I'd be able to see inside the room. A pair of binoculars, the scope of a rifle. You'd be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. Cheek against the cheek rest. Hand on the hair trigger like a combi like this. Kim, I could make it. I could make this shot. Good. He pats you on the back. There's 3 small pats in a row. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest. Affirmative. Better late than never. He nods. Nothing pointed here. Many leads point elsewhere. 6 people are dead. Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk. The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him. We will make up for it here. I feel it. Could the shooter still be here? Where? On this island. He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says, feels uncomfortable suddenly. We should move. Now. Oh shit. Almost forgot. A sad end to a sad life. For this is where Herr de Bois will probably die. Pour the fuel into the tank. Yay! Emergency opening. That'll be where he is. Wouldn't that be the limit? Good lord. Sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl. Before, outside, when we were walking across the stand, I felt someone watching me. So did I, not back there, but I felt it since we came in here. What's there? I don't know. I'm scared. Don't be. I have a gun. I also have a gun. An old man wearing a tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth and spits it out in the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. You've retained your eyesight.
Yes. Helps me see all this shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his left side. His right side remains motionless. Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the
I should
console.
have burned that console down.
How'd you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music playing on the water.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip gyrating mental illness music.
Nice gun you have there.
It's not nice, it's a piece of shit. Gets the job done.
Is that a Bell McGrave?
It's a Triangle 446.
Southeast
Seminoles made exotic must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
Maran rifle? How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Xinjiang commune. Military aid.
The Xinjiang commune?
Heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from a board.
Sir, I need you to put the gun down so we can talk further with the police.
You're a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down for an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
I don't like those odds. Kim?
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're going to blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Pick up the gun lying in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in place with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands, not the metal. The metal is ice cold. The weapon has been modified several times. Inspect it closer. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crush that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphics are embossed on the forearm made of walnut. On the butt you see Vespertine writing burnt into the wood. It's as he said. No one said it had to be a Belma grave. We were just guessing. From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangong too. Doesn't matter if it was made. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition, and it does. This does use jacketed ammunition. The right type and caliber. He's liking this. The rifle has been patched and modified several times. I wonder how old it is. The old man does not answer. Stow the gun. The old man keeps following your motions with his gaze. His left arm twitches suddenly. This looks very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him to get a confession in time. Who are you? My name is Yosef Lilyanovich Dross, political commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 44th Army of the Commune of Ravachol. I'm a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender. The Commune of Ravachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the Insulindian Citizens Militia and Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Aérien, and is consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen, still armed and ideologically trained. I wrote a criticism on myself and resumed partisan duties. You've been on this island for 43 years? No. I've been on other islands, too. I was on Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago. You said you deserted your unit? I was just 15 when I was volunteered. I had a lapse of faith, and of courage, too. You could say I misunderstood the historic world of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took. For what? For reaction to take hold. What's reaction? Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. It wasn't reaction, you were just afraid. It's the same thing. You haven't seen it, not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid. And this was what? May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. Dark magic? The combined might of international capital all at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Ravachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 8 kilometers away in ozone, but I knew the commune would fall. We would be turned into ash, so I said I was going to the map floor. I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak, a mouse frightened of the ordnance all night, the sound of the rotors in the morning. What was that? Airships. I climbed out. Into hell. Landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The AA gun had malfunctioned, so had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. If you'd seen it, I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. Seen what? The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take off to kill everyone. Everything you love, all the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know the bourgeois are not human. You've lost your mind. Now is not the time. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore. You said this is your termless surrender? You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Ravachol. That's right, we're with the good guys. Murderers. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took the city. I represent their adversary, the island communists. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of duty. You bulldoze them all into mass graves for trying to free humanity. A spray of blood from his mouth and black charcoal of the fire pit. So you're a communist soldier from the communist army. No, I'm not a soldier. I'm an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army. But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps. Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something. Wait, what does a political commissar do? The old man does not answer. You see a tremor pass through his legs. His job is to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune. Scientific communism. The tracksuit-clad old man is suddenly reanimated. A commissar politique is a knight's philosopher of the revolution, a future human. That means you're a trained communist, right? I'm a moralist. No, you're not. You're part of the meat shield, the human shield that surrounds the fascists while they kill and rape. That's what you are. Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology. We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation. How have you concealed yourself here all these years? It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers as bloodhounds, floodlights on the water at night. There were posters, campaigns. We communards still hoped and needed to snuff out, and they needed to snuff the hope out. The East capitulated. Martinet and Coal City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Falbeau, even Coron and Boogie Street, of course, those fucking kips had Mazov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Ravachol were still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead. How did you get between here and the mainland? At night I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot. The commons too, they started snitching. In the city you move underground? From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I didn't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just... The weapon cache under 22B in the basement. Have you been there? He looks at you and pulls the raincoat tighter around his neck. So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Bell McGraves, right? They were damaged beyond use. I know. So you've been there. Sleeping. Some nights, Adam scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however. You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he walked across. There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there? The propaganda bunker? I used to, but not anymore. Propaganda bunker? They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Many made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys. A lot of our boys did. I spent winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins on the ground. Tell me another thing. How have you survived all this time? How does anyone survive? I steal. Now hold on there. That's a What do you steal? Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being. How is your health? I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing in stool, too. He does seem frail and gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer. The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over. I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns. How have you coped mentally? I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno? You notice the lieutenant is about to say something. I would imagine it's tremendously difficult mentally to live in isolation. Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of the city turn the lights back on more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting. Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on? What is this place? This island? It's not an island. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Ravachon. I am its last surviving defender. What was it used for? It's the congenitally deformed King Philippe II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Ravachon. He captured it in 02. Retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against airborne landing, against the whole world. You mean the landing? Retaking of Ravachol? Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Callow alone. Tell me something else. No, Iblis. Iblis calls it that. The Black-Eyed Angel. Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years and 10 months? That's the length of my entire life. It's too long. It's not how a human being should live, but I couldn't just forget what I saw. He just couldn't. He couldn't give up? But he can now? What have you been doing? Hiding, fishing, waiting? Always waiting for her to return. Girl-child revolution. I came from there. I can assure you that is not what the people are planning. I'm not a fool. I know the material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind. I have another serious question for you. What have you been using this gun for? I've used it for killing people. Here we go, a trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too. Killing people? It's a gun. It's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people. During or after the war? There is no after the war. Class war is never over, so he's continued killing after hostilities. Okay, okay. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No, be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Cornell? Who now? He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it. You're in. The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th. Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy. Did you kill him? I am a son of a welder and an officer of the Commune of Ravachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime. A drop of blood and saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it on him. You get a confession. The gun, the murder weapon is the perfect can opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There's something you can't remember. Suddenly, something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first. We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island. I saw you poking around there looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fosses. A jitter passes in. Did you like the view? You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, too long. You clearly need medical aid. I'm ready to die. I've done my part. He's practically admitting to it. Dead fasces for fascists done his part. Just one thing remains unclear. The rifle does not have a scope. One thing, where's the scope? How did you make the shot without a scope? We have everything else. Forget about your stupid fucking scope. I don't know where it is. Find it yourself. It's your problem now. You lost it. You didn't know where it is. Forget it. Push on. You said fasces. You admitting you killed him? You're sad for your Fossa brother, aren't you? One twig got broken, and now the others are sad. Come on, what am I forgetting? Wait, here it comes, the goddamn Maybells, the dried Maybells on Classy's roof. Oh, yes. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nowhere else. Nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints, the diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Classy's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. Of course, thank you, Head, thank you. You got it. Remember, the boot prints were no modern soul. Maybe you don't beat yourself up anymore. You're not immortal. There were Maybells hidden behind the victim's window. Damn Maybell, the whole island is turning white with them. He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here. They blossom on the islets before. We fertilized them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it. South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green with white flowers and white snow. The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with. You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths, pinball workshops? I may. A young woman called Classy. Ring any bells? These dried flowers are behind her window. Classy. He knows her, but he hadn't heard the name. Yes, Classy. You hadn't heard her name, had you? My ears don't reach the city. You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary. With the victim. I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing. Everything in brands with you individuals. What cares what my brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit. Show me the souls, please. Fucking imbecile. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the wore-out old running shoes on his feet. The maker is Sanskrit, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust. They do, however, seem to be about the same size. The size fits, but not the sole. Wait, maybe it's simpler than that. Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now. People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there near the room the victim died in, sneaking around. Racking those brains, are ya? Desperate to report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck. The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. You can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gust of wind, seagulls in the distance. You almost got him. Just a last little push. I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there? It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with those toy guns, of course you get boys killed. Damn, he saw you. He watched it happen. He would have had a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting. So he saw you, okay. So what? Don't let it divert you. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon. You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? You think we have the murder weapon? We have it. This is it. I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon. Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tying things up like this when you have the murder weapon, you have the killer. Murder. Suddenly jolts to life. You know who he was? A coalition-trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer dripping with blood. He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on the East Coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate, not when they die by the hundreds. This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him. Not killed him. So you shot him? Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Ravishai. You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush, he does not need to be pushed anymore. I had them in my sights, both of them, him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew out in the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth open full of death and that stupid look on his face and his dick still in her. Then what? Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were May bells everywhere. The world was white. What's left of it anyway. My last spring here, I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did. Mr. Drow, are you aware you're confessing to murder? Yes. And you were looking at them, the victim and the young woman having sex through the scope of your rifle that night because you shot him. Yes. Why? Because that's what they were doing. The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part. Why were you looking at them that night? I'm always looking. Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand. A rifle scope is the best magnification. Helps them see all the shit. And if you don't like it, click. If it's part of the shit you see, then you pull the trigger. Yes, think of it as a form of critique. What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder? Them fucking. I didn't like that. So you were jealous? Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I don't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted her to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her, but you can't have everything. This man has seen past her like you did. The caliber of the bullet he does not do that kind of damage. How long have you been watching her? Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning behind the Feld building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot of night, moving. Past the Feld building on the coast, what was she doing there? Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins here. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared. What do you think she hid there? Her passport, tickets to Villers, and from there to Casher Broom. In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth near the Pale. This is the hidden buoy she told me about. You looked into it? After she was gone. Did you find what was in it? No, why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Valir. I put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better. This implies he thought about extorting her. Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear the name Classy. Would he have not seen it? You saw her name on the password, but before, when I said her name was Classy, you didn't seem to recognize it. It didn't say Classy in there. What did it say her name was in the passport? It was something... I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face. Did you continue watching her? I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks, and a body, hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she'd take a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook on the run. Ravichel's the cloaca capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers didn't appear to do drugs and have sex like animals. You could tell she was a spook. She had a different colored hair on the photo and glasses. Forged, some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio. The bruises, you can't make that out in a scope. And you could see her bruises through the scope of a rifle. You can't see bruises on a scope. It's just a blur. How does he know those minute details about her body? It's quickly come to you. The bruises on her body. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall? Oh yes, cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife, masturbating. Did you make that hole? With a clip-point knife. Good for listening in, too, for hearing the moaning and the snorts. Ever see her through a window on a roof? Like that, too, bending like a bow against the glass. You've been through the secret route behind the whirling in rags. Those are your footprints. You just changed your shoes. I've been through all of Martigny, every nook and cranny, and that, too. Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room, what she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside and it gets so dark out you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but those two took the cake. You're the familiar scribble. One more loose end. We're doing this, detective. Then at the men, how did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop? I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour's a good time. The kitchen's empty. You had to open the steel door. How? I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. He didn't know. I don't know. 15 years ago, he left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope. and he found a use for it, a spare key, like the one hanging behind the union box window. Did you have feelings for that woman? There's nothing to hold on to, only this. It's not enough. The coals of his eyes glistened suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying? Man needs to feel something else in this fight. It helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know. Was that why you left the dried flowers? No. Why then? I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying like a child in the corner of her room, like she does sometimes. When was this? Yeah! I was commenting on that a couple hours ago, son. This is the very end of the game. I completely fucked it up. We did not get a successful end. And you brought her Maybells? Yes, he looks at the charred logs. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. It's as if someone put the thought there to leave the flowers. Something put the thought in me, a compulsion. What do you mean, put? A brief flash of terror. I just get this feeling from what you said. Do you agree? Maybe. I told you I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't sit there waiting for you. A sudden ping of rage. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you. In the silence, he draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down. So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her. Her. That's it. Motive. We have it. The old man looks at you, suddenly remembering something. Where is she, that Classy? I haven't seen her there for days. She got away. We don't know where she is. Good for her. That girl kept staring into the scope, you know. At the end, the last week, she kept staring at the island. At night, crying or smoking on the roof like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter. Now, mid-town, across the Bay of Ravachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Elysium Central Aerodrome. This cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring encircled by hybrid aircraft. Let's see what was said here. There's that. Oh, cool. Somebody followed me. I guess somebody wants to see me do one of these. Alright, look north. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol, yet she still smiles among the crowd. Among the great ghosts of the city, she's leaving for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkling in the spring air below her. Streets and towers, tenements and water, and across it a dark strip of ruins barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. There on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea, the ruins of a seaport sea forts stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing. He's there doing what exactly? I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Meyer points to the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something, that's why we can't see him. Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place where... As the men go, Minot looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry. She thinks she needs something good for this. We could get more. We got him talking. Been looking at anything else you haven't liked? A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers. More specifically? Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house stripped clean and draped in neon, but Martinet is the worst. Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinet. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world, listening to race-themed radio shows in the ruins and the lorries, pumped full of steroids and Radio Ravachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democrat Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it. Mr. Clare? Yes, that fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies create a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murder on the town square to spit on the working class. Not since the serfs of the ancient Parkenasis has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinet proletariat. The rest of Ravachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins, in tents like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. Nod. The worst of them is that blood-drenched Sucreant on her yacht licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough the racists and liberals are dancing on her grave. That old loyalist ghoul still parades the ruins, too. Actually, he's dead. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in the ozone or some other island they built for their palaces on, feeding on dogs and having sex with their own children. Say nothing. That's all the rich really want, sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old Krent Frise is now dead. Just nod. We did good when we pushed him under the house car. If only in the 30s. Those disco whores. What follows is ominous mumble. We can't make out a single word. The disco whores are too much. Hatred shut down his brain language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There's something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating. Disco whores? Whores. There's something about the statue and syphilis. Syphilis is a disease. He contracted it in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination. The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainium, and monuments of himself. His son, Philippe III, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb. That is technically possible, although he was not actually syphilitic, he was just insane. And he still went on to govern Ravachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government, and those grotesque statues too, 100 of them, but it's still there. Which is, what a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why? Because the king is holy and his statues are indestructible. No cynical design cockroaches like you erected a new ironic version of it. We tore it down with honest working class plastic explosives, but there it is again, grinning. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed and the artist shall be given 30 years of hard labor. Wait, the bullet hole in his heart, the statue had been shot. That was him. It had to be. He's already proven capable of taking a far more complicated shot from here. It was you. You shot the statue. There was a bullet hole in his heart. I did. A needless sentimental gesture. I should have spared the bullet for a deformed monster of liberal capitalism. Shameful, really. Yeah, shameful. So many others to punish over the years. Isn't that right, detective? Let's see. The fat union man put them there. You mentioned the union is social democrat, and Mr. Clare is a farce of a social democrat. Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy, the true enemy of the proletariat, placating the masses. Disappointment, so personal. It displays a familiarity with the union's top brass. Who's a disappointment? Everett Clare? That deformed toad, I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean the brains of the operation, the smart one. Doesn't Everett run the union? That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, the one that's been up to all those East Ravacholian University, he talks a big game about uprising and alienation, and so on. You've talked to Edgar? First against the wall with him. He stopped poking at the ash now, just shakes his head. The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard, not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinet without them knowing. Of course, maybe the Clares asked him to. Did you kill the Crenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot? You know why I killed that fucker? As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again. Again? What have you done for him before? I tried teaching him some Mazovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways. Logic, legendary. What was the deal between him and Edgar? The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water, dark cold water. 20 years ago, when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union yet, did they? Huh. He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark man. Who did? That bourgeois cow, Tiffane Hawley was her name, licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money, she liked that too. That Hawley was a real bridge builder and deal maker. Bordering on sentimentality. It drips out of him. She was also a woman, like that classy. She was, and she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Moscova bag over her shoulder she liked to bring to work, and then she just disappeared. Called in, they say, on the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain. No, that's not quite it, is it? Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally, but that wasn't really her daughter, was it? No, I guess it was not. Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that? She couldn't make the call herself. Here it is, the bend in the river. Why? Because she was dead. The cow caught a bullet in her right lung, fell into the canal, gasping her tit, and drowned, or bled. Hard to say. It was a sloppy job and a moving target. She was going home, waddling. Dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal. Heading home to Grand Caron or Bentecourt, someplace like that, where they build those new battlements for the people who flourish in the hell around her, in the ruins. You shot her. Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory's full of it. All I know is another big spike of rage. Nothing changed. Not the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising, just words. The Union fizzled, sogged, and nothing came out of it. Nothing. Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. Huh. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar you could walk, we would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war, you were on assignment, we could even extradite you to the Samarian People's Republic. A degenerate worker state? Goat shit? No thank you. I'm Revashalian. My days are short. I will not rot away here in Moral Linton's cell. I will not testify to anything. Okay, then that's that, but I know. But you did do it. I saw it happen and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fought for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. Everyone is a blobber on the world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones whose heart was slaughtered, trampled. By cock parading in his colorful uniform, you meant Renee. Every fucking morning for 34 years, throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls play it like it was life itself. Click clack, he makes the sound of balls connecting across the water each day in that uniform like a parrot's plumage. I won't even mention he's a traitor to his race. I remember him, he points to his black eye. I remember him from Lanoka, not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the Liberals came to the rescue. We missed one. That one. There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today, not even Gaston alone. There's no one there. Fat and plump like a pheasant, begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Drow, shoot me. He whispers in such a predatory hunger it borders on longing. You'd like to kill him? Not yet. I'd like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals right on his face, and then just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth. Save the treat for later. He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day, the blackest one. I put that gun in my own mouth. I think, no, I won't. Don't waste it. Put the lead in that cock Renee. For the boys he killed. Then I look and throw those balls and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood. He's dead. No. Yes. The old communist. I waited too long, and now he's dead. I'm sorry, Mr. Drow. I understand you knew him for a long time. They're all dead now. Fuck it. If you really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on those islands. His help ailing. You had 1,000 chances to kill him. And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust. You cared about him. A little. A little flash of anger. All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing heads explode, and now goddamn this world. I'm sorry. Fuck you. Are you okay to go on? You think I haven't seen people die? That's all I've seen them do. Fucking die. He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping them together, making them endure. Yeah, I didn't think it. There we go. God damn it! Yep, everybody died. It all got fucked. You're under arrest. What? But you said I would be taken to the sum of all the erratic movements, fidgeting and mood swings you've been exhibiting. The wind picks up, the silence on the water is broken all around you, little shivers of waves again. Up here, the lieutenant continues like an incantation. Your wayfarer rights have been suspended, information provided by officers will be used against you, blah blah blah. Do you understand? Do you understand, sir? No, I don't want to. I want to stay here. He's sweating. Beads are forming. Let's see. Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on the boat. There it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds, whispers, stalks rumbling against the other. But then, in the middle of it, what? Something completely different. It sounds like a bow very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin, a very small violin made of reeds and rushes, and then it's gone. Shush, Kim, do you hear that? What? What are you talking about? Is this really us? Your skin crawls. Whoa! What the fuck is that? A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. What is that? What are you talking about? The giant stick insect! He looks confused. There's nothing there. The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks like straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. There is! I see it! Tell me what you see. Damn it, I can't make out one small thing in the rocks. Kim, can you see it? I can see it. 4 simple words. Thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly in absolute silence. Be very, very careful. What the fuck? Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. If the insect moves its forearms to produce a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. Wow, my electrochemistry is really high. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antenna to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of its creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water. Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. Stand on your tiptoes and look more closely. You were right. Little bubbles form on its mouth, on the mouth parts of the creature, on segments of the lower lips. It looks like foaming slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. The faintest smell, like you've never felt before, like burnt roses. Kim, it's foaming. Careful, it may be poisonous. The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel. As the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating, the little bubbles begin to burst one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning. Tell me, what are you doing? I exist. I exist too. Tell me what it's like for you. I'm ill. What is your illness? In my heart. For me it's sadness, input after input. For me it is not like that. I have states, not emotions. For example, I experience excitement and unexpected sugar rewards, but that is not important. Now I will tell you how it is for me. How it is for me is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness being intruded upon, transient, dim, moist. Intruded upon by what? Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations, a swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms, all speak of complexities, totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache. I'm glad to be me, an incredibly sensitive instrument. Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you, with all your creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass, eternal damnation. Even when you're sleeping and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy towards you. It's very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together. It must be incredibly hard. The arthropods are silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we are watching. When you're tired, when the visions spin out of control, the insects will be all rooting for you. And when you fail, we will come to raise you up, bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you, and carry you apart in a sky funeral in honor of your passing. But not me, because I am just a leaf eater. In honor of your shit, Lieutenant Reddifor, which you kept together in the face of total unrelenting terror, day after day, second by second, detective, arriving. I am a detective. So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? The killer. He is in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration. You're destroying him? Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their head, but he has looked at me too long, and I'm destroying him. Is this a dream? What is happening? No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real. Where does this come from, all this around us, the world? Not even the birds know that, not even the water lilies. Then all we can do is beat our fists against it day after day with no answer? You can also eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum. Or a reed. What exactly are you? I am an unknown species of the order of Phantasmodia, endemic from the insula Indianisola. For the last 350 years I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds. Molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and buoys. It may have unknown dangerous biochemical characteristics that help me maintain its camouflage. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain, also by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation, even the Seminine Islanders, who came to here first, who did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific resolutions until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the Citizens Militia in Ravishal District of Martinez, March 51. Are you poisonous? Yes, I do not have a startle display, so I use a neurodegenerative alamone to aid in camouflage. Do not worry, it's only destructive over long periods of time. The detective, the deserter, he's been here for a long time. That's insane! No, you are. The moral of our encounter is I am a relatively median life form, while it is you who are total extreme madness, a volatile simian nervous system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radically symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all. Wait, what is the Pale? It is the nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality, a great unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind. I don't have that kind of power. You are a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Given enough time, you would wipe us all out and replace us with nothing, just by accident. How? We suspect it would be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago. We suspect it will be something when organisms first started breathing, only much worse. Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts. Worse how? Everything your eyes touch go back there, beneath the nerve mirrors. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget? I have already forgotten the whole world once when I drank too much. So it is already happening. Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure? It doesn't look like that, no. What does it look like? You're just staring at it. Then I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind. Okay, is it somehow related to the case? Sort of? I think we should take the picture and you should back away. I have to say goodbye. I have no more thoughts, that is all. Of the creature I've met, you are the kindest. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. The woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward for freedom. I will. She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that. Okay, Kim, take the picture. There is no change in the insect's motions while it's being aimed at by the camera. It remains fixated on you. In 3, 2, 1. Holy God! That's really pretty. And the flash... Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker. The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral like the tip of poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker like a young vine. It's even a bit wet. Be careful, it's moving. Look at your finger. You were right, it glistens with some kind of moisture. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm. The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel it's a soft push could tip the creature over. Let's not do that. Let's see. Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think. We got it. Disengage slowly. And off it goes. Well, Morel is just going to be peached. Holy shit, that's weird. And just like that, it's gone. A collection of items. What's that in the reeds? Let's have a look. Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him. Ooh, the helmet. Ooh, the scope.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now. How could you not see the phasmid? See, Mr. Drow? Touch his shoulder gently. Plastic cape keels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail. He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Drow? Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid. We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Drow. Show him the ceramic helmet. Nothing, just dull staring, not even rage. The last embers have gone out. The war is over. If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Show him the scope. I lost. He turns his eyes to the reed again. Beige and white stripes. He lost the scope, then somehow made its way over there with the help of a magpie phasmid. This sight is a T9. Was it attached to the rifle when he made the shot? Gotten all you'll get out of him. The blacks of his eyes are receding. The pupils are returning to normal. The strength has gone out of him, just frail old bones. We should think about getting back to the mainland to get help. He'll be safe here if we don't take too long. How the hell do we get to the mainland? Damn it, how the hell do we get out of here? Oh, there it is. Well, the next area I play is going to be completely fucking crazy, I think. That fucking Tari bag. That was a noise. Let's return to the mainland. We're done here. The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet, but for the sound of conversation on the water, there's someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of the nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer.
Look what the tide brought in. I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Whatever this is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from Rolling Legs, but where are his sunglasses? Forget about all that. There's a giant...
Not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
Wait, you're the man with the sunglasses.
Right. And you're some kind of murder machine.
The armor. No one else seems bothered by it.
They don't seem bothered by it. That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Oh, that explains it.
That has always explained it.
This is not the first time he's seen you decked out in a wacko. Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heidelstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Mar, and this is your special task force, or what's left of it. Special consultant Trent Heidelstein, patrol officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We have come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
As if he's recalled that he is, in fact, a decorated police lieutenant, not a naughty boy.
This is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you. What's this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trant, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Shit kid? What an interesting moniker. You mentioned a task force? Yeah, right, major crime units under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicmar. Ring any bells? Refresh my memory. Who else is in this? Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn major crimes unit. There's you, me, Trent. and Guillaume Bavy. I'm technically just a civilian advisor. Fuck you, you're part of this shit now. Yeah, first, who's that? That's an interesting story, actually. He's a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People who we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trent because I'm forcing him to stay. Is this Bevy blonde and partial to the sunglasses? See, there. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me. I'm G. Bevy. I'm going to be funny. But then you really did have brain damage. Not so much anymore. He sincerely thought he was going to be amusing for both of you. Okay, what does this unit do? It's a major crime unit. We cleared the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We're shit tier now, Harry, because of you. The 41st isn't. What's a shit kid? You, shit kid, that's you. Maybe you deserved it. How did you know I was here? The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went. I saved his establishment and he still betrays me? Strange, he didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant arrow graffiti in front of the building mixed with blood. No, it was this one junior delinquent. I don't know. If it had shit kid written all over it. You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde. Guilty as charged. I heard you lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true, and it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on. He was being too sarcastic for you to realize who he was. Actually, I suspected something was off. Did you? He adjusts his tire. Did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partnered for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember. So Trent Heldelstein turns out to be special consultant? Yes. Wait, what was up with the kid then? Mikhail is my son. Oh yeah, then what was up with all that interesting history? Spying on me? No, I was just interested in field building and the Martinet beachhead, and Mikhail wanted to see Martinet. It was a coincidence. So what are you consulting here? What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Koenigsegg in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personal therapy. He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on. Where have you been all this time? Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I can remember. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. You said you're Detective God. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die. I said all those things? I'm not like that anymore. Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentant shit a million times over. None of this is ringing any bells. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage, Trant. This is where you come in. How bad is it? Well, he doesn't have visible tremors. He talks without slurring. He can drive a boat. He's standing, reasoning, all good signs. But complex, retrograde amnesia, episodic, and semantic, meaning you forgot both who you are and the definition of money, isola, pale, and so on. As displayed in the station call, our interaction with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, he makes air quotes, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting. Interesting? Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts. First, Harry, what do you think happened to you neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically? I drank so much and I lost my memory and I am now slowly rediscovering it. He's getting better, and I confirm he drank a lot of alcohol prior to it happening. I believe he drank. He turns to you. People do that, especially this one. What they don't do is forget their whole life because of the drinking. But Detective Vickmeyer, he has blanked out before. I have? He has a couple of times after some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case. The other was when we looked into that mural. The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the New World mural, those are recent. Those cases were hard on you. Interesting. For the first, he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea. Yes, practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak. What do you mean? Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect. Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neons. Listen to the radio, the multitudes. The people live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape. To borrow a known metaphor, Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He may just need it for it to end. Okay, that's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the Major's crime unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that. He is not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership roles, then as a line detective. I'm ready to lead again. No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the potty, or do we need to get him on a disability pension? Now nothing. We're just going to stand here. Just stand here. Yeah, just stand here. It's cool. Really? No, now we're going to discuss that. What the fuck did you do to our motor carriage? Why is it in there, Harry? I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk. So refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property. That's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge. Show me your badge. I got my badge right here. You rush to demonstrate your badge. To demonstrate your badge, you're easy. Your fingers can't stay in the grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand. Not today, badge. The drama is unnecessary. I got the badge. All is well. The man is not impressed by your piece of plastic. And your gun? I have a new gun now. I don't care if you have a new gun. I don't really care. I only care about your old gun. I don't have it. I don't have the sidearm. I knew it. I told you wouldn't have it. This isn't cause for celebration. It's bad. I would say it's very bad. Yes, you're drunk like an asshole. Please put the stolen firearm away before you kill someone. I quit drinking forever. It's only me in this boring hellhole now. I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh? He's wounded. It's been a long week and he's handled an actual corpse. I had no idea what you're smelling. I washed death off me. Man doesn't reply, but his expression speaks for itself. You should have done a better job, is what he was saying. Yeah, I handled an actual corpse. I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain classy, because you were too drunk to assess her flight risk. We've read the reports, Harry. We know. Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave us a vital clue that led us to the island. Oh, well, if she was nice, I'm not even going to get into the other suspect, the one who shot herself in the head, or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 7 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was a fucking mass murder. He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. Here comes the cavalry. He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been. I'm just sorry. Stop being sorry for 5 minutes! Thank you for the input. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. He brushes away a strand of hair out of his eyes and coughs. You spent the week with him, so this case, what is your take? On the case? No, on him! Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge, that's all true, although he has not been drinking on the job this week. See? 1 week. Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's odd, especially in light of his political views. Dubois is, as you may know, a hustler. He pinches the root of his nose, grinds. He makes the real. He's a visionary and a money engineer, which is just... And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he's a great detective, one of the best I've seen. In fact, he can talk human beings into telling him anything, and he doesn't stop. And all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped working on this case. He's tiredly, madly driven. Well, except the one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, I have to disagree with you, Mr. Vickmeyer. Was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out. Okay, he did something. Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator locked on the island right now awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years ever since the revolution. He's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species. A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as the reeds, and it unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid. He takes out the photo. Your gasps. As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered. So, as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely visionary entrepreneur. Fucking hell is that somehow connected to the case? The killer did not seem to be aware of the phasmid's existence. Exhibiting a strain atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic. Yes, the phasmid may have contributed to his mental state in some way over the years. So it is connected. I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it. Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk. This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never. The previous head of the Debardeurs Union was assassinated by our killer. He lowers his voice just a little. This is a conversation for one we are no longer out in the open. In Martinet, wherever Everett and Claire have them everywhere. Yes. But a case against Everett would be big. The consultant, too, has lowered his voice. I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related for politic neutrality. There's also the phasmid of female. The reeds are its nest. Female? What makes you think so? You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female and the nesting behavior, too, I think. Incredible. It was eggs? Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though. It had gathered items in its nest, a helmet and a scope. Actually, this would indicate it was male. It's far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called boers. They're for attracting mates. Yeah, I still think it was female. Of course, I'm only guessing. I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis. As in cloning itself, what makes you think so? Observation? Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's male or female. That makes sense, yes. I think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like the reeds. Yes, that would be a hormone. A pheromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not of humans, of course, but perhaps of predators? Nothing is off the table, but I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable without any pheromones. Of course, Lieutenant, of course. We should treat the case and the phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to... They're not going to go for the speculation in the constabulatory. It had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside. Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, and a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs. Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Cop discovers new species and discovers the Insulindian phasmid. That's too much. This would really help with some of the problems we've been having. Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murders to me at all. This says science, even human interest. It's a really good thing you have that photo. Without it, you're doing good here, perhaps only for a moment, but still. The killer. We have a strong motive for him. Let's see. A revolutionary metronym? I don't care about that crap. He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy. Jealousy? I thought he was an old man to have been hiding for 50 years, 70-something. A strange psychosexual fascination, the result of spending all the time in solitude on islands of the bay, and trauma too. He himself gave a political reason. In his mind, he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, he had ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the stream that Mr. Drow confessed to. It's a clean win. Oh, it's way more than that. It's more than that. It's more than that. A perfect folding mechanism like the phasmid. Perfect folding mechanism. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind. God damn it, doesn't it ever leave? There it is there, like it's your breath on your bones or something. It'll pass in time. There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found. Yes, fallen through a gap in the boardwalk, drunk. How'd you know I found him? The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of the funeral arrangements and family stuff. You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. Still, good luck with the missing person. I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. I don't know what a doomed commercial area is. Rue Saint... Yeah, a commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it. Why? It's not what you were supposed to be doing. There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene. He was chasing a lead, and it ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay. So what do you say? I want to take this hot shit back? I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder, so I have to. Jude, a quick nod. Anything that ends the trial is okay with me. Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go. Okay, we have vehicles in the square and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go. Let's go! Okay, am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre? No. No, because the suspects seem to think you're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal. No mob boss would take you. I assure you, I wouldn't consult with a corrupt unit. He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad. Who am I? Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. What? Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but before? Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe? That does explain a lot. Harry explains everything. The jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair, the collection of fallen sportswear I've amassed. Some of your more old-school wording choices, your posture, even the constant stretches, the incredible stamina output, and this guy, too. God, even the javelin-throwing freak here. Oh God, contact Mike. Of course, contact Mike. He's on about Mike again. The detective shakes his head. I hate that guy. Why did I join the RCM then? The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that. You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. Why am I like this? It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you're a drunk. You really went with it, too. Really maximized the damage. Was her name Dora? Yeah, Dora Ingerland, I think. Not Dora Dubois? So we weren't even married? No one is married anymore. This is Ravachol. I've heard enough. So have I. You bitterly drop dearest Dora and really tore me a new one twice a week, I think it comes up. The Phasmid. I need to tell Lena about it ASAP. Who is Lena? She lives... A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about the Phasmid. Tabernacle, it's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition. Fine, and we're going to drop you off anyway. She and her husband were conducting the research. It's their discovery in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change. Watch out or she'll faint. Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now? Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. You'll have to be good to cover all this. Then I'll have a serious talk with my captain. About what? He pulls up the collar and looks around. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening in Ravachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate. Want to do that at Station 41? Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering. No, I mean investigate. Come work in Precinct 41. Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I would fit in. I'm crazy enough, can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss. Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered. Mentor's very serious all of a sudden. I would have to tie things up in GRIH first, but I mean, whatever's coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor. And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that need to get back to, mountains even. I do like the sound of that. He's really considering it. I'm ready. Good. Then Vickmeyer, fuck it, let's go. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock. The great district hums in the falling rain. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, fire traps as far as the eye can see. It did? Which one? Let's see, from Main Street to Grand Caron to Precinct 41 to Boogie. Oh wow, I guess I gotta continue doing that. I didn't think people liked it that much. How the fuck is it getting views? Yeah, I know what you meant. It's because I reset the save to try and unfuck it. I actually finally figured out how to change the right-click button too. It was on a different menu. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window dreaming of meteorite strikes. En route to St. Jerome, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come, it's time. I hear he's quite unstable. You say it like it's a bad thing. Fuck. I did it! Ah! I can't skip it! It won't let me skip it! Fuck me, that's loud. Holy God, I am taking a break from this game. Come on! Don't do this to me. Ugh. Thanks, Jackal. That actually really means a lot. From both of you, honestly. Now I need to look some stuff up while I'm watching this. So, nothing there. there's one thing I've learned about near Russian peoples, is that they love their music loud. Estonia is not near Russia, is it? Because I'll be honest, I have no goddamn idea. Holy shit, yeah, 102. Estonia was part of the USSR. Ah, that explains the tone. Yeah, sorry about that. There's nothing I can really do about it. Well, anyway, this is the end of the road. We did it. We finished Disco Elysium. And I'm going to end the video before the music gets louder again. I have been Blind Ryan. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did, be sure to like, follow, subscribe, and be sure to suggest any other games you would like to see me play. Out of 10, I would give this game a 9. God damn it, it got loud again. Anyway, I would give this game a 9 out of 10. It has a couple of weird things, like the music here, and, oh, fuck. With special thanks to Chris Avalon. Fuck. And everybody at Larian Studios. What the fuck did they do? Did they get money? Anyway, I've been Blind Ryan. I will see y'all next time.